TikTok live and discuss politics and whatever social issues come up along the way. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you'll find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts. It'll give you a timestamp, and there's more detailed descriptions with timestamps for the rest of the show in the description below. If you're watching live, there's just like some links and stuff in the description below. Maybe you should click those links. Maybe you should go follow me on all the other platforms. That sort of thing really does help out the show. What's in the news? Todd Blanche is the AG. I don't think that got talked about yesterday. That sucks. He's quite openly corrupt. Not excited about that, but we've already got a caller in the multi-guest request queue, so maybe we're just going to get started right away after I get my backup account in the corner. Got anything to add before we start the show? Jessie's in the chair today.
Nope.
Cool.
Hi.
Hello. Let's get right into it. Oskar Quentin 2 is going to be in the corner, so make sure you're following there. Want to make sure that we have the backup account followed if you're watching this on TikTok. That is very important for you being able to see the show if this account gets banned for something. Description says members only. Can I change it right on let's see. What is it? 113? Is that what we're doing? Does that work? Can I change it on the fly now? Did I fix it? I always forget to change it back on TikTok from the members only stream to the regular episode. I think today's episode 113. But we're going to talk to ClavishLV. We're going to find out what that username means. We shall see. Hello, how old are you? Oh, hold on. Can't hear the caller. Why is that? Why can't we hear the caller? Can the show hear the caller? No, the show cannot hear the caller. Oh, fuck. All right, hold on. Why is a different audio device selected? Off to a great start. Yeah, the show can hear them. We can't. Working on fixing that very, very quickly. If I can.
TikTok chat, is he being polite?
There we go. I think we can hear him now.
Yo.
Hello. I hope you didn't say anything evil while the show could hear you and I couldn't.
Nah, I was just reading the chat.
Okay. I believe you.
Okay. I'm actually, I'm 20 years old. I'm born in 2006.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Actually, I do not, but I just have some questions, if that's allowed. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Really quick. You can give me your questions. I do try to get to oppositional calls a little quicker at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, okay. Do you know the creator Jesus or whatnot?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. The famous Christian guy that's posting that debated Dean Withers yesterday, I think.
Who?
Dean Withers, the how to say it, the leftist guy.
Yeah, never heard of him. Who are these people?
Yeah, you're funny, buddy. I saw you on live with him.
Okay, wait. Yes, I've heard of Jesus. What are we talking about?
No, I'm talking about Dean.
Okay, yes, I've heard of Dean. What are we talking about? What's this? What's happening?
I'm talking about because both of them were in a big debate yesterday, and it's gotten pretty. Jesus and whatnot. That's what the creator's name is.
Oh, there's a content creator named Jesus. Okay, I actually haven't heard of him. I have heard of Jesus Christ though.
Jesus and whatnot.
Jesus and whatnot. Okay.
You probably recognize his face. He's a big creator.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but actually him and Dean Withers had a big debate yesterday, and it's been, how do I say it? It's been edged on a while. They both made videos about each other. Okay. And yesterday I'll say it was a really close debate, to be honest, but a lot of people say Dean lost that debate because it's a controversial debate because Dean added one of his friends at the near end of the debate, and then it got really heated at the end. Okay. Because people mean that. I mean,
I don't know what happened in this debate. I'm not going to have an opinion about it. Maybe I should listen to it later. Was the topic of the debate just like, is God real?
They wanted to do about he wanted to do about Christianity, but Dean said it has to be anything about politicians. So they agreed on abortions.
Well, yeah. I mean, when it comes to the religion question, I'm an atheist. So there's a lot of issues where people say that they believe a particular thing about a particular social issue because of their religion. And for me, that's just never going to be an effective argument. So the question becomes, which way do we handle this debate? Do we go to the root of the cause of your beliefs and say, I don't believe in God, you do, let's argue about whether or not God exists? Or do we admit it's probably not a good use of our time for me to try to convince you that God doesn't exist? So then we have to ask a question like, should your religious views be a sensible thing for us to base policy on. Is that a good thing to vote for? Which, you know, whether you believe in the separation of church and state, it's still a pretty hard sell to tell a Christian that we shouldn't legislate on abortion based on their religious beliefs. So I take those two angles with it. But I do have a debate planned for my Sunday evening show, 7 p.m. Central Time. I am going to have a guest on, and we are just going to straight up go fucking old school atheism versus non-atheism. Why do you believe in God? I don't believe in God, and do that debate for an hour and a half, because I think that conversation is valuable. But I'm genuinely surprised that the question of whether or not God is real at all, I'm so surprised it doesn't come up more on this show, but it doesn't. So yeah, I maybe I'll go watch that debate from yesterday's episode of Dean Withers and see what I think about it.
And I just want to say you're doing a great job on your show. I always watch your lives here and there, and I think you're doing a great job, to be honest. So just keep up. Appreciate
it. Thank you for your time.
How
Ginger Snap said that Dean said almost verbatim what I've said. Yeah, I don't know if he listens to me for the wording or if I got that from him, because that is how I feel about it, and that's how I've felt about it since before Dean Withers was debating. Because I am a pretty staunch atheist, straightforwardly. I don't hate religious people, but I really don't have a favorable opinion of religion generally. Mostly just because I don't even what good religion can do for the world. I think it's in the long run harmful society for people to believe stuff that's wrong. That's like incorrect, like factually incorrect. And that to me, if you're basing your worldview on some system that involves this thing that I think is just like not realistic, like comes up in like, I'm dating somebody, I have a girlfriend, and we talked about that, where it was like, for us, it's a worldview issue. Like, we couldn't date somebody who believed in God because it just demonstrates that the way that you look at the entire universe is just, we think a very different thing is going on if you believe in God. And that to me is so important to my ethics and to everything that I really care about, that it just creates a really nasty incompatibility. So I'm happy to discuss that, but it kind of isn't the purpose of this particular show, which is why I want to have the religion debate, where we focus more specifically on that as part of the evening show, where you can go seek that out if you want. And I'm not trying to nuke the debate show by arguing about a bunch of, arguing about epistemology. It tends to be a very Phil Bro type environment, the online debate space around religion. Brienne sent $5 on Venmo to say, I discovered you recently and listen while I work every day. I appreciate how you run your show. Wishing you and your team all of the success. Thank you. You've contributed to that success with your $5. I appreciate it very much. And somebody else on, what was it, Cash App? Come on, there was one more. There it was. Jack, thank you for the buck. Blame Gremlins for the tech issues. Always Gremlins. I think it's because I momentarily unplugged that monitor, and when I plugged it back in, it got recognized as a new sound device and switched over. That was the issue. The monitor that is on Jesse's desk, because I was organizing some cables this morning. Anyway, that's what happened there. If you want to be somebody who supports the show materially, like Rocks in Time did, he became a supporter over on YouTube. That's one way to do it. You can send a YouTube super chat or a gift on TikTok, but you can also go to that link tree in the bio or in the description below the YouTube video and follow on all the other platforms for free, or find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon and support the show. Anyway. Are we doing the religion time today? Oscar rocks. I have a hard time listening to Dean and Parker because it's not Oscar. I'm just going to say that that's probably because the sound of my voice is so beautiful. So very beautiful. Anyway, stratumpaper. I'm going to see if they have strong convictions about Trump. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2006.
That
can you debate my friend?
Is your friend over the age of 18?
He is.
Okay. He's a Trump supporter?
Yep.
Okay. I can do that.
Here he is.
Hello.
Hello. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Why do you support Trump?
I support him for a few things, but mainly because of his views on abortion and transgenderism.
Okay, so just first of all, I'm just going to educate you about something, which is that only people who are against the rights of trans individuals use the phrase transgenderism. It's a little bit of a dog whistle.
Sorry, I don't know. What am I supposed to use?
Just pretty much anything other than that. Trans rights, we talk about trans people, people who are trans. I appreciate you just recognizing that that's wrong. I don't jump down people's throat for saying that, because it's the sort of thing where it's really easy to take in content online from people who don't like trans individuals and just not know that transgenderism I could get into the technical minutia about this, but by putting an ism on the end of it, it makes it a different type of thing than it actually is, because isms are generally constructed belief systems, whereas things that aren't isms generally not always have to do with things that are concretely true. There are counter examples to that, so it's not even perfect. But the point is, when people use that word, it's a word that comes from people who hate trans people. So I advise against using it. I wasn't personally aware of that. I have a trans member of my staff who pointed that out to me. So just that one. I want to take a broader approach to this, because when you bring me abortion and trans rights as the reasons you vote for Trump, what it tells me is that the right has been successful at making you think that these wedge issues are the most important thing to your politics. And I find that very upsetting. So just broadly, why do you think that those two issues are so important?
Well, so I'm a young dude. I graduated high school not that long ago, so I'm fresh on these topics, but through high school biology and stuff, and I go to college. I'm a bio major, so I believe that Trump, with regards to trans people and abortion, I think he is the common sense dude.
I don't like common sense at all. I don't think it's a good tool. Certainly not. It's sometimes
an error
important
on your part.
No, I think that sometimes for quick decision making, where maybe aren't really all that, aren't very many consequences. Like if you and I are trying to rearrange the tables in a room so that our group of friends can sit and have lunch together, we can use some common sense, because if we get it wrong, it's not that big a deal. We'll sit down and go, oh, this isn't a good arrangement. I can't see so-and-so. I'm bumping my elbows against this person. And we can just try again. And we can just trial and error a couple of common sense approaches. And unless it's a really complicated party we're throwing, we can just kind of bumble through, and it's just not that big a deal. But when it comes to big complicated things, common sense is basically just another word for feelings, right? You look at the problem, your body, your brain presents you an answer, you go, that seems sensible, and you take that answer. That's kind of the way that common sense works in terms of the way that we each engage with it, right?
Well, in terms of this common sense, it kind of aligns with the scientific approaches to these topics.
If it aligns with the scientific approaches, then you don't need the common sense. If you're using the scientific approach to make sure that your common sense isn't leading you astray, we can abandon the common sense altogether.
Well, if your common sense isn't aligning with anything, then is it really common sense?
The issue is just that you can find times, like for example, there was a long period in this country's history where it was common sense that African Americans should be enslaved. That they're so, a lot of people thought it's so common sense that they're so incapable of even running their own lives that we're doing something charitable by enslaving them. That was a common sense talking point for.
Well, those were legal policies, scientific research.
No, I'm not talking about the legal policies. I'm talking about the attitudes of people prior to abolition in this country. Lots of white people thought it was just perfect common sense that we shouldn't give black people their freedom.
Yeah, but that wasn't backed by any research or anything.
Right. So once again, we can look at the research. Love research. Research is great. Why do we even engage with the common sense if it might lead us to wanting to enslave black people?
Well, I think you're incorrectly associating common sense with the attitudes of people when the attitudes of people are constantly changing.
People used to be so right, and we should use something more concrete than that to come up with our ethical reasoning, because if we just go by common sense, we're just going to go with the whims of the time. And if we look at, as we've peeled back the layers of this onion of civil rights violations in this country, or bad civil rights histories, we don't enslave black people anymore. That's great, unless they're in prison, of course, because we still do that. But it was totally common sense that women shouldn't vote. How silly that women want to vote. That goes against everything I know about the human condition as a common sense white man from the 1800s.
You're totally ignoring my point where it has to be backed by research or something.
If your common sense needs to be backed by research, I'm sitting here questioning why you bring up common sense at all. It was common sense for a long time that it didn't make sense for a woman to claim that her husband had raped her, because most people defined raped in a way that it was something that a husband couldn't do because he had some right to his wife's body. We don't think about it that way anymore. But again, among males in this country, people who have been in power for most of our history, that was common sense. So again, just why even engage with the common sense if it has to be backed up by something like science?
Well, I think it's two different topics, kind of.
But you brought me you said that it's common sense that leads you to think that trans rights and abortion are like the most important issues that you should focus on when choosing your president, which is why you've chosen Donald Trump. And you can tell me what your research is. You can tell me your like empirical reasons for thinking that the world is in such a way that that's a sensible political perspective to have. I'm just not interested in your common sense. There are still places on Earth where it's common sense for some of those horrible practices I just described to be the case. There's much of the world where women don't have rights like that.
Well, I'll specify a few things then. So, with regards to trans people, I think there are two genders, and I think that.
Why do you think that there's only two genders?
Because everyone, you're either XY chromosome or XX chromosome, and that's backed by the biological research.
I mean, first of all, that doesn't happen to be true. There are other people who have different chromosomal makeups.
Okay, those are outstanding cases. Those are uncommon.
Right, and we are talking about trans individuals who, in the general population, are outstanding edge cases. Right? Would you agree that people who identify in that way are an edge case in terms of sex and gender?
I mean, they were born with probably either.
I'm sorry. Very specifically, you discredited my pointing out that not everybody has just XX or XY. There are some rare cases where it's something else. You said that's a rare edge case. Like, wipe that off the table. Trans individuals in general are an edge case. They're less than 1% of the population.
Yeah, but it's going to be more common in the future.
But why are you uninterested in the fact that you started by being wrong, which is saying that there's only two genders because there's only two chromosomal makeups when there are rare other chromosomal makeups? And I'm talking about this thing, gender, which I think is a different thing. Sounds like you think it's the same thing. But even if it was the same thing, you're still wrong because there aren't just two. There are other situations. And because of those other situations, we have to consider what the rights of those people are going to be. That is also the case with trans individuals who are less than 1% of the population.
Well, there's more trans people than those other outstanding cases.
Is that really what made you make the difference? Is that you're not going to bother with intersex people? You're not going to bother with people with... I can never remember the name of the syndrome. Is it Sawyer syndrome? Anyway.
Turner?
I don't know why I mix up Sawyer and Turner. Anyway, Turner syndrome. Yeah, so there are rare cases where that make your definitions wrong. Why is it important that there's slightly less people with Turner syndrome than there are people who are trans?
Well, I here it comes to link back up to the common sense thing. We may differ in this, but I believe there are two genetic makeups.
I'm sorry.
You disagree
do you not believe that there are people who are born with other chromosomal makeups than XX and XY?
Yeah, but obviously those are some again uncommon diseases. But the general male makeup is XY, and the general
I would call them
XY.
uncommon cases. I'm not sure if they meet the definition of diseases that the medical community would use. Condition, I would say. I'm not sure if disease is the right term for that. My point is, we have two cases that that encompass almost everybody, right? Most people have either XX chromosomes or XY chromosomes, and their gender identity aligns with that chromosomal makeup in a way that it doesn't raise an eyebrow in our Western society in 2026. Most people are that way. We are talking about the exceptions. If we're going to sit here and talk about trans rights, we're having a conversation about the exceptions. So I'm not really all that interested in that you want to throw out my argumentation about some of the exceptions, but then tell me that the other exceptions are the reason that you voted for your president. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all.
Well, again, it wasn't just trans people; it was also abortion.
You're right. So let's not play whack-a-mole. Let's stick on this issue of trans rights, just because we're down that rabbit hole. We can maybe get to abortion in a second. But they're kind of my two least favorite topics for the reasons that I'm describing to you, which is that these are small issues.
Probably because they're the hardest for you to argue.
They're not at all the hardest for me to argue. I just spend too much time arguing them, and I don't appreciate that accusation. I sit here and spend often hours a day talking about those two exact issues.
Okay.
Yeah. So once again, you started by saying that there's only two chromosomal makeups when you were asserting that that's how there's only two genders. I disagree about gender and chromosomal makeup being as linked as you think they are. We'll get to that in a moment. But we still haven't gotten this point where you are just flat wrong about the fact that there are only two chromosomal makeups.
I never said there's only two chromosomal makeups. I said the general male makeup is XY and the general female makeup is XX.
Yes, that's true. But you said that in response to us, like as an argument for there only being two genders. Again, I don't think that gender is necessarily based on sex. If it was, we wouldn't need the additional word for it. It refers to something else that we can define in a moment. I'm just not understanding how if you think that gender and chromosomal sex are that linked, there's XX and XY, that's most people, and then there's this small subset of people who have some other situation. And what trans people are arguing is that most people are a man, most people are a woman, and that aligns with their chromosomes in the way that we just described. And then some other group of people, a smaller group of people, have some other makeup. So there's kind of a direct parallel here in terms of how many categories there are. Two that encompass most people, and then another set of identities that covers all the edge cases. So I'm just not understanding why you brought that up at all.
So you keep using those different chromosomal variations, but the percent of them like being prevalent in society is probably like sub 1%.
It's also sub 1% for trans people. Because by the way, it's not like these things match up perfectly. It's not like the other cases when it comes to chromosome makeup. Like that's the trans people. That's not what's going on.
I made the point that.
But you said that there were only two categories, and you told me XX and XY, and those are the only two categories. But there are other categories. True or false?
There are other categories.
Okay, so because there are other categories than the two main ones, sounds to me like if you define gender as what aligns with your chromosomes, which I again disagree with, we're going to get to that in a moment, but it sounds just based on your own definition of gender, which is chromosomal sex, that there are more than two.
Yeah, but
so by your own definitions, are there more than two genders?
I mean, if you want to get super technical here, yes, technically, yeah, there are. But
okay, we are getting super technical here because we're talking about the rare edge cases, which I think I have said like 4 times now.
But when you think of political parties, you think of two main parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. The same case as with gender.
Yeah. Do we not have any elected officials who are independents?
Yeah, we do. But the two main categories.
Do their votes not count in Congress?
I literally am bringing up a point that the two main categories we think of are Democrat and Republican.
Yeah, that covers most of it. We're talking about covering all of it. There's a pretty nasty muffled echo. Did you change something like 30 seconds ago?
Oh, shoot, sorry.
No worries.
Leaning against something.
Yeah, no worries. It just wasn't canceling out my voice very well. So yeah, there are two main political parties that cover almost everybody. And then there's like Democratic Socialists, which are something else. There's Libertarians. There's Independents. Independent covers a bunch of other categories.
But in school, the first two categories you learn of.
So once again, yeah, right. And when you are born on Earth, the two categories that most people learn are boy and girl. And then as you get older, you learn it's a little bit more complicated than that. So you recognize that an independent exists, and if they get elected to their position, they should have the same voting rights in Congress as any other party, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how we should treat trans people. They are not one of the two obvious categories that most of us fit into.
Obviously, I think they should have as many rights as others, but I'm just saying.
Then why did you vote? Then why are you supporting a president who tried to take away their Second Amendment right via executive order?
I don't think he tried taking away any.
He absolutely did. He filed an executive order banning trans people from owning guns. The Supreme Court shot it down. It's fucking obviously unconstitutional. The NRA condemned him for it.
I could understand. That I could understand.
But so you support a president who tried to take away the rights of people who fit in these other categories in a way that you just said wouldn't be okay.
Well, no, I support their basic freedoms and rights and stuff. And
do you consider the Second Amendment a basic freedom and right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you support a president who doesn't support them having basic freedoms and rights?
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So.
I don't think I am.
When it comes to trans people, I guess if we want to get
no, I don't want to move on. You just told me that you don't understand that I don't understand your position.
No, what do you mean moving on? We were talking about trans people.
I'm just saying that what is it I'm not understanding? You admit that these edge cases exist. You want them to have equal rights, and you support a president who tried to take away one of their constitutional amendment rights via executive order.
Because maybe to him, he believes, and I might disagree with this, or I might not believe as much as Trump does, but Trump might think of trans people as them having body dysmorphia, which is technically a mental illness, and he doesn't want people with mental illnesses owning guns.
Yeah, that's how he has used. I have what somebody could call a mental disorder. I have ADHD. Should I not be allowed to own a firearm?
I mean, I said that's what Trump thinks. It doesn't necessarily
right.
mean
But we're working on one of the two reasons you said that you support Trump, which is trans rights and abortion. We'll get to abortion if we have time or if the call lasts long enough. But we're sitting
Trump
here.
is keeping trans people out of sports. That's
okay.
The big thing.
We can move on to that in a second. But I'm just having trouble with the consistency here. You told me the gender's based on chromosomes and that there's only 2 categories. We discussed together the fact that that's just flatly false. There are more than 2 categories when it comes to the chromosomal makeup that somebody might have.
Yeah, but there's 2 main categories.
Yes, there are 2 main categories, and we are talking about the edge cases in those categories. I, by the way, do not think that the chromosomal definition makes sense for gender. We haven't even gotten to that. But
you should email all these scientific people and ask them to change things.
Ask them to change what?
Since you disagree with the 2 main genetic chromosomal makeups.
What do you mean I disagree with them? I disagree with them being used as the definition for what gender is.
Yeah. So I think you should write to textbook authors and ask them to change their definitions.
Why would I do that?
I mean, because you're clearly in disagreement with it.
I'm in agreement with the experts.
Okay, well, the experts believe that most males are XY and most females are XX.
That's true. That's not in conflict with my beliefs.
Yeah, well, you just said that you don't think it's a
You keep falling back to the fact that it's like easiest and obvious and maybe common sense in most cases, and you are right. We are talking about the other cases.
The other rare cases that account for less than 1% of the population.
Yeah, so like person with XX chromosomes who identifies as a woman, person with XY chromosome and who identifies as a man, among adults, that's almost everybody. This conversation that we're having is about everybody else. So why do you keep retreating to the idea that
why do we have to talk about everyone else, all the rare cases?
Because you said that the 2 reasons you support Donald Trump are abortion and trans issues. So we're discussing one of them, which is trans issues, which is that small edge case.
Okay, well,
you brought the topic up. That's actually why it's frustrating. You said it was because I'm afraid to talk about it. Do I look afraid to talk about it? I'm frustrated that I have to. I'm frustrated that I have to talk about this 1% of the population. I'm frustrated that they get so much attention. They want us to fucking leave them alone.
Well,
That's
I
what they
brought
want.
up that it's probably going to become more common in the future under democratic.
What's going to become more common?
Just trans people.
I think that it's obvious that more people are going to be openly trans if we're less hateful of them. But there's no evidence to suggest that awareness around trans issues and trans people makes people become trans. Nobody wants to become trans.
You're not born and then grow and like naturally want to be the opposite gender. Like that's not
you might be
works.
born. See, because we haven't actually established like the way I define gender, because it's very different than the way that you define gender. I think that most children are born with an obvious sex, male or female. I don't think gender becomes obvious until much later. I don't think of babies as having gender.
Really?
Yeah, because when I look at what gender means, it's not a thing that I can ascribe to a baby.
Well, then with that baby, if you had a child, would you openly encourage them to be the opposite gender?
I would openly encourage them to figure out who they are and be that, because I think everybody should be themselves.
Yeah, but don't you think it'd be more like understandable if they stay male?
It's not up to me. It's not up to them. And if I want them to stay male or whatever, which by the way is not the right language either, because for the record, trans women do stay male. That you can't change your chromosomal makeup. So like, that's just not the right language.
Did you just say trans women stay male?
Because I consider men and women to refer to gender and then male and female to refer to the chromosomes, a trans woman is still biologically male. Yeah. That's obvious, yeah.
So you consider trans women to be male still?
Everybody does. That's not a hot take. That's
kind of an anti-trans view on your point.
No, it's only an anti-trans view in your mind because you define sex and gender as the same thing. I've been saying this whole time I don't, and you've demonstrated you have absolutely no concern for engaging with this topic intellectually because you're not even slightly curious how I do define gender. And I'm having a conversation with you. I've been laying the bait in front of you.
There are 2 definitions.
What's my definition?
But back in the day, they were synonymous.
If you so understand my definition, why don't you share it for everybody? How do you define? How do you think I define gender?
Okay, gender is what you identify as.
I mean, I identify as a roboticist because I've built robots. I don't think that covers gender.
Yeah. Okay, so sex refers to the XY or the chromosomal makeup. That's your definition. And then gender is what you later identify as.
Well, just what you later identify as doesn't encompass the definition of gender, because I could say, what do you identify as? And it would cover more things than gender. Like I just mentioned, I identify as a musician. That doesn't have anything to do with gender.
And then we could say this, like the personal identification of like whether you're male or female or another.
Say the whole thing again.
So gender, I guess, I mean, in a sense of like social or cultural or whatever personal stuff, it's what category you identify as, either male, female, or another.
Well, once again, you can use those words male and female, but trans individual, like a trans woman who identifies as male, is factually wrong. Like that's not up for their that's not something you can identify as.
So a trans woman identifying as a male.
Identifying as a male is wrong. Factually wrong, yeah.
So then what do you think they're supposed to identify as?
A woman who happens to be male. Because again, you're just very stuck on this idea of sex and gender being the same thing. But because
a woman who happens to be a male, what the hell does that mean?
If a person is male, they have a Y chromosome. If that person is a trans woman, they're a woman who still has a Y chromosome. So they are a woman who's a male, which is unusual. It's usually the case that women are females. But you and I define man and woman and male and female in a different way. You define it in a way where they're just the same thing and the words are completely interchangeable. And I don't. And I asked you to try to define the way that I define gender. You couldn't pin it down. And now we've moved on.
How would you define gender?
That thing about sex, there are societally constructed expectations around that. A man is a person who identifies with the societally constructed expectations of a person who has Y chromosomes. A woman is somebody who does the same for XX, and there are other genders that don't fit those cookie cutter definitions very well.
Can you please give me a synonym for woman and a synonym for man?
I just did. It's a little complicated.
Yeah, so you would agree that female is a synonym of woman and male is a synonym of man?
Why? I don't think that was a very genuine thing for you to say. I think that was a bit disingenuous, because I'm sitting here telling you that most of the time they're the same. But what's important when we're discussing trans rights is that sometimes they're not the same. And you want the fact that happens so infrequently to discredit it as a situation, but apparently your political ideology is based on it, because it's that and abortion that are the reasons that you voted for Trump. So like, is it important or is it not?
I mean, it's important, but how would you define gender? Can you please tell me?
I just did. That there are societal norms and expectations that exist around biological sex, and gender is how you present to the world in accordance with those societal norms, which means that most people do just have the expected match that somebody's sexual, like biology says that they're male and they are socially a man, and then same thing for women. Most of them are female who identify to society as women.
When I said that you think gender is like what you identify as, so I was essentially correct?
Well, it has to do with how you identify in terms of the societal expectations of the sexes. But because just saying it's what you identify as is a very weak definition, because I can identify myself as lots of things that aren't gender. I did include
the words male or female or another category.
Right, and they usually overlap, and we're sitting here talking about the cases where they don't. And the experts agree with me on my language around this.
Yeah, I'm sure the experts would.
What does that mean? I'm sure the experts would. Why did you say that just now?
Well, because you just tried making a point saying that, essentially trying to declare a win for yourself by saying the experts would side on your part, but we have no evidence for that, and I would disagree.
We don't have any evidence that the experts agree with me?
Yeah, no, because I haven't talked to any of the experts. I could say I think the experts would agree that you're born either male or female, or the rare case where you're not.
They would. I think that's common ground. Nobody's disputing that.
Yeah, I think like 25 years ago or whatever, I think they would agree that you're either male or female. Like it was written into like every single.
If you have to go back 40 years for the experts to agree to you, do you think you're on the right track?
Well, no, I agree that it's a changing society.
Right. And gender has to do with societal norms and expectations, which is actually why throughout history, and even just looking at Earth today, we can look longitudinal across history and latitudinally across the world and see that gender identities are different in different cultures and different times and places. And for that reason, they just aren't all that concrete, whereas sex, biological sex, is very concrete. You either have XX or XY, or, as you very astutely put, one of these rare edge cases that makes you something else. And a lot of the people who have the other chromosomal makeups actually do snap into one of the two genders to society very quickly, which is why there's plenty of people walking around. I could, for example, have something other than XY chromosomes and not be aware of it.
Yeah, but then it gets nuanced with like medical things. If you go to the hospital, like what is the doctor supposed to put as like, I don't know. What are they supposed to put?
So for example, like it's still important for a trans woman's papers at the hospital to say male because it affects the way the doctor might treat her body. It might not affect the way that the doctor treats it. It's just important medical information.
You think it'd be anti-trans for the hospital to allow you to select either male or female, like one of those two instead? Because nowadays it's that would not be not to say or other.
That would not be in the best interests of trans people. For a trans person to say that they're male when they're not, or to say that they're a female when they're not, that would just not be in their best interests. I wouldn't want them. Yeah, because it's wrong. Like you can say that it's wrong when a trans woman says she's a woman. I think you're wrong about that. But if she says that she's a female and not a male, I will tell her, no, that's wrong. Like that's like male and female have to do with what your chromosomes are.
All right, well then I guess you're not as far left as I thought you were.
Hi, somebody who actually like works at a doctor's office and like sees what we classify each. It's outdated. We don't have a form that says check male, check woman. We have a form for how do you want us to address you, anymore. And then we have a form for genital inventory, organ inventory, past organ inventory, because we found that, it's only like 1% of people have more than just XY or XX. Well, when you're helping millions of people within a healthcare system, because that's how far-reaching healthcare is now, that 1% becomes very important. Okay, so we don't even have a check yes, check no. We're way past that. Way past that.
Thanks, Jessie. You just said that I'm not as far left as you think I am, but I hope you I think you've been lied to on the right about what people on the left think, because there are definitely people on the left who think the way that you think people on the left think. There's definitely people who think, no, a trans woman is now a female, she's transitioned, that makes her female. Those people are wrong, and I will happily tell them that, but the majority of people on the left agree with me because it's what the experts say. Like it's just it's a vocabulary mix-up. If you think
there's also a wide range of people on the left who would say your views are anti-trans for saying a trans woman is a male.
Okay, they're wrong, and you're talking to me.
Yeah. Well, and plus, I also thought you were like further left because
I don't. My issue here is I don't think you can tell how far left a person is by whether or not they believe this or that about trans people.
By the environment which they put themselves in, like look at your background and stuff.
Yeah, I am very far left, but I don't think it's because I understand biology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the trans issue was like the minor part of my thing. The big thing was abortion, and that's why I voted for Trump in this past election.
Yeah, but I just feel like I don't want to let you go without you admitting that you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to trans issues.
Well, no, I admit that that society is changing with regard to their views and stuff and their expectations, but I believe that the formal definition of man or woman that they identify with either male or female, and I think that's upheld definition for many
formal definition according to fucking who, buddy?
Just scholars and experts in the past.
Scholars and experts, who?
I mean, just general biology textbook authors, medicine
articles, like which ones?
I mean, I don't have a specific article in front of me.
Have you read a medical textbook article that says what you believe about trans people, which is, by the way, internally inconsistent? You don't need to know anything about trans rights to know that your position is internally inconsistent.
No, the ones I've read about were just defining male and female.
Where did you read them?
The Mayo Clinic.
The Mayo Clinic?
Yeah.
False.
Yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit on the Mayo Clinic disagreeing with me about trans rights.
First of all, I'm not talking specifically about trans rights. I'm talking about the definition of male and female.
Okay, we don't seem to disagree on the definition of male and female. That's not what we're talking about.
I work associated with the Mayo. I can tell you're misquoting.
I think one of your guests accidentally let one of your guests up.
Jessie is sitting over there. She's my producer.
I'm in the room.
And if she doesn't mind my asking, what does she do with regard to medicine?
I am an American Society of Clinical Pathologist Associated Medical Lab Technician.
She does like people's blood work and stuff like that.
Way to simplify me.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to a simpleton.
I like the simplified definition.
See?
Went to college, took my boards, have to stay up to date on my research in order to continue having my license.
She happens to be an expert. One of the experts I'm talking about is sitting over there.
I could say I'm an expert. I'm a certified EMT.
Okay. What did...
certified through what organization, please?
I will not name that organization just to prevent people from doxing me.
Yep. So there are millions of people certified by all the major organizations. That's not a doxing thing.
No.
Okay.
Just gonna call BS if you don't give me like a 3-4 letter organization.
I'm not gonna give a 3-4 letter organization.
Then I don't believe you. I'm trusting the expert who I have in the room, and she's calling bullshit.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, then that's what you guys believe, but I am a certified EMT.
You should know those 3 or 4 letters if you are. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I do know those 3 or 4 letters.
What are they?
I don't trust the far left liberals that you guys have as your viewers.
To know what your job is? It just doesn't narrow it down that much.
I said I'm a certified EMT. That is my job.
When I was certified for CPR, it was through the American Heart Association. Is that doxing myself?
The American Heart Association is not a local regional school that I went to.
Dude, do you
licensing boards are not or local or regional. We're asking for your licensing.
My licensing?
Yeah, dude, I don't.
Yeah,
I
the little piece of paper that said I went to enough school to touch humans.
Yeah, but I got certified through a school.
Right, they still work for a national level organization.
I mean, yeah, obviously EMT is both national and state.
I don't think even I just can't understand why you think that narrowing yourself down to a state or a region or something like that is going to get you doxxed. That's insane. People come onto this show and say far worse things than you've said.
I'm certified through the National Registry of EMT.
That took you a minute.
Did take them suspicious.
How quickly did I throw you my 4 letters that sit behind my name?
The NREMT? I thought you were asking for like a school, like the school abbreviation, because I have a 4-letter school abbreviation. But the NREMT, that's 5 letters, first of all, not even 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But the NREMT, that's literally like a test that you take. It's not like a program.
Yeah, it just, I don't know. I think I believe the chat. Like, we got to speculate a little bit. I can't read your mind. It does seem like you Googled that quick. You're also just still wrong about how experts define gender.
You're pathetic with regard to that.
I'm pathetic with regard to that. What is that in that sentence? What am I?
You'll
pathetic
have to
in
agree
regard
with the
to?
chat. You'll have to agree with the chat that I looked at.
I didn't say I have to agree with the chat. I said I happen to agree with the chat. Maybe I said it that way. What I intended to convey to you is that my skepticism is similar to the chat's. Everybody else seems to have come to the same conclusion, which seems more likely to us that you're lying, especially in consideration of the fact that you
think I'm lying. See, that's the pathetic part on.
I'm saying I can't prove that. Like, we're kind of at a stalemate in this little interrogation, so I'm not really interested in sitting here and again, I'm not going to die on that hill. You could be telling the truth. There's no way to know.
Yeah, but, so just like the person in the room, Jess or whatever her name is.
Jesse's not lying. That is her job.
Okay, well, I'm an expert too in that case then.
Okay, but I don't believe you because of how hard a time.
Fine, then I don't believe Jess.
You don't have to. But again, I just don't understand.
You don't have to believe me.
Okay, great. Can we move on?
Yeah, we can move on to abortion now.
You can fact check me on the Mayo thing though.
We're not moving on to abortion. We're moving on from the fact that there's no way for us to assess credibility beyond what we've done without you doxing yourself, and I don't think you've done a good job at demonstrating that you're at all credible. But we're going to stay on topic here because you don't understand trans rights at all. And that to me is concerning because it's one of the two things that you listed when you said your reasons for voting for Donald Trump.
Okay, well, I think trans people should have rights.
But you voted for a president who filed an executive order to take away their Second Amendment rights.
Do they still have their Second Amendment right?
He did fail at taking away their Second Amendment rights. Congratulations. We're talking about your support of him, though.
Well, I support him because he wants these biological males out of women's sports.
Why do you think it's important for biological males to be out of sports? Or I assume you mean out of women's sports. Yeah, why do you think that's important? Your phone is echoing again, by the way.
They have a biological advantage compared to these biological females, and so they can easily wipe out the competition.
Okay. How many medals have trans women won in the Olympics since they've been allowed to compete, which has been for 20 years?
I have no idea, but that's just referring to the Olympics. But
guess the number. Guess the number of medals.
Let me guess. It's going to be some low number.
It's a really low number. 1. It's fucking 0, dude. Tell me a record that's been broken by a trans woman that stands today in sports.
I mean, I don't have it on the top of my head, but just the other day, there were 2 former NBA players who are looking to play in the WNBA.
They are disingenuously doing that as a joke because it would obviously be ridiculous for them to start playing on the women's team tomorrow.
Well, it's called the WNBA to have to discuss what a woman is.
When I talk about women in sports or trans women in sports, what I say is that it would be totally wrong for me to announce myself as trans and go play on a women's team because I wouldn't have done the things that I think a trans person needs to do in order to be able to play on their gendered team, which involves a lot of gender affirming care to quell some of those biological advantages that men have on average.
I thought being a man and a woman is what you identify as.
Correct. That doesn't.
So why can't I identify as a woman?
Because the reason that we separate the genders in sports has to do with some of those biological things that have to do with chromosomes. My argument is very simply that gender affirming care does get rid of those concerns. If it didn't, this would be a real problem. And we'd see a lot of trans Olympic medalists. We'd see records being broken. We'd have a case like Leah Thomas where somebody would be butthurt about them winning instead of tying for 5th place. It doesn't happen. Show me it happening.
Oh, wait, so they tied for 5th place?
They tied for 5th fucking place, dude.
Well, they took someone else's 5th place.
Yeah, that's what they argued. If it's fair for trans... Here, let me see if your brain works and you're capable of being honest. If I'm right, and for fairness and safety, it does make sense to have trans women play in women's sports, wouldn't we expect them to win sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. So the fact that somebody tied for 5th place probably isn't a good example that demonstrates that they're being really unfair.
First of all, we discussed how small percent of trans people make up the population, and so obviously that small percent is going to even have a smaller percent chance of actually winning the Olympics.
That's why the biggest example of trans women crushing it in sports that the right has is Leah Thomas tying for 5th fucking place. Didn't even make the podium. Didn't get one of those medals.
Yeah, but if there were more trans people, obviously that number would rise.
You say obviously, but it's not obvious to me considering that none of the male trans athletes who are competing on women's teams have ever done any of the things you're concerned about them doing.
What sport was this? Can you tell me?
Leah Thomas, that was swimming.
Okay, swimming.
Leah
what
Thomas,
about like in other sports?
The reason Leah Thomas is a controversial case is because it's quite unusual for a trans person who's a competitive athlete to transition that late. So Leah Thomas is the sort of case where it's like, oh wow, is this really going to be a problem? But Leah Thomas's actual history is that when they were competing with the men, they did perform reasonably well and competitively. But when they started getting gender affirming care, they fell the fuck behind. They weren't at all competitive anymore. And then when they transitioned, or after they transitioned and they moved over to the women's team, they became competitive at swimming, but still didn't win. And that's the best example that the right has about trans women dominating sports. It's nonsense. It doesn't happen, and you've been lied to.
Okay, so do you support trans women in female sports?
After sufficient gender affirming care as determined by experts who understand those sports better than me.
And so let's say powerlifting. How do you get gender affirming care for as a biological male to like
Estrogen?
reduce your ability to.
Estrogenic, yeah, it reduces your bone density, muscle mass, and oxygen transfer rate, such that for those sorts of
So
activities.
then, how much of that hormone do you have to take?
Like I said, I think it matters for the sports. I am perfectly happy to admit that for something like, I don't know, is golf even gendered? If golf is gendered, if I'm to assume that golf has gendered leagues, I don't think you need that much hormone replacement therapy to switch from competing with the women.
Yeah, exactly. Where do you draw the line? Or let's say basketball.
Let me talk. I'm saying that we have to draw the line in a different place depending on the sports. I'm saying that I gave an example of golf where I don't think that it should take very many months even of hormone replacement therapy to get rid of the biological advantages that men have. If we're talking about boxing, it might be like 3 to 5 years that I'd want to see.
Yeah, well, now tell me about how many years of hormone therapy does a biological male have to take in order to be able to play women's basketball and make them short enough to play?
I'm sorry. Do you think that we should ban tall people from playing in women's sports? Because you're right.
No.
You've picked on one of the things that hormone replacement therapy doesn't change.
You're cutting out.
I'm cutting out? Can you hear me now? I think that might be your service. Hello?
Can you please repeat that? You lagged out.
It caused me to lose my train of thought. What were we just saying? You said something about... we were talking about where to draw the line, right? We were talking about, I was saying that the line isn't very far for something like golf, but for a combat sport, like something like MMA, I do think it should be. Tall people. You were talking about the WNBA, tall people. Yeah. So if a biological female happens to be 6'8", should she be allowed to compete?
Yeah.
Okay, so if a trans female is 6'1", or a trans woman who is a male is competing on a women's team, but is 6'1", which is unusually tall for a woman, is that enough of a reason to not let her compete?
No.
Okay, so can we drop this height thing? Because you're right, that's one of the things that hormone replacement therapy doesn't change. But as it sits, height is already an unfair advantage for.
Taller than the average woman?
Yes, but the average female basketball player is much taller than the average woman for the same reason that the average male basketball player is taller than the average man. It's a sport where height's an advantage, and life isn't fucking fair. Dividing the sports by genders doesn't even solve the problem of fairness because of issues like height.
The average height in the WNBA is 6'1", and in the NBA it's 6'7". Okay. So if a former NBA player decided to go on a hormone,
how many WNBA trans players are there that are taller than 6'1"?
I mean, I don't think there's any WNBA trans players right now.
There are 16.
Oh shit. Okay.
Why are we talking about the WNBA if you thought that there weren't any? Like, that's what I'm saying. We can point to these things where, like, yes, there are things that are difficult to change back about a body or change about a body if it's already gone through puberty when we're talking about transitioning. Hormone replacement therapy doesn't really make you shorter. You picked one of the things, but we already have a disparity in fairness because people are born into bodies that are either tall or short, and that's going to make them less or more successful at things like basketball and swimming. And there just, again, isn't any evidence.
Yeah, but you can't draw a line of how many years of hormone replacement therapy they need to be. Go through.
You sure can.
Okay, so give me a number, please. For, let's say you said swimming, was it, or boxing?
Right, I could make up a number. I could tell you 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. I'm not an expert. I'm not a medical, I'm not a sports pathologist. I think that there are experts who need to make those sorts of determinations, and they're not me. I just think that that's a better way to handle trans individuals who want to compete. Okay, like I said, it's a smaller number for a sport like golf, and it's a bigger number for a combat sport or something like that.
Okay, now throw out a number for, let's say, golf.
I don't know, a year.
Okay, so then are you going to deprive someone on 6 months of hormone replacement therapy from being able to participate?
Unfortunately for them, yes.
What about 9 months?
Again, you want me to pin down an exact number, but I'd be really open to hearing actual experts on golf and sports pathology to talk about this. I'm just saying that there is a sensible number.
So you agree that there's not a defining point?
Like many things, there is not a perfect way to legislate it. Listen to me. Listen to this. Is every single 21-year-old responsible enough to drink alcohol?
No.
Are there 20-year-olds who are responsible enough to drink alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay, but we have to draw the line somewhere, right?
Yeah, and that line has not been drawn yet.
It has. It's at 21 for alcohol.
For the sports.
Right, and we're talking about what you and me want. So yes, there are going to be edge cases where maybe somebody who's had like, you know, if we draw the line at 12 months for a particular sport, you could find an example of somebody who's been on hormone replacement therapy for 13 months, but maybe started with more muscle mass versus somebody who's been on it for 11 months, but didn't start with as much muscle mass. So they're going to be on the wrong side of the line in the same way that the responsible 20-year-old is, but the irresponsible 21-year-old is on the other side of the line. It's the same thing. Wherever you draw the line, there will be edge cases near the line that are a little fuzzy. That's the case with every rule we make. You got big feelings about this rule, though. I'm trying to understand why.
Okay, and then returning this back to the WNBA, how many players did you say were
The number may have changed because it's an outdated talking point, but I think it's 16.
Are you able to name some of those players?
If you're not and you thought it was 0, I've got my producers probably googling it on the screen for me right now. But so
yeah, I would.
Why do you want me to name them?
Well, because I want to know which trans players are in the WNBA right now.
0 at the moment.
Okay, exactly. So why did you tell me 16?
I misremembered.
What year was that 16 number from?
So what you're doing is called sea lioning, which is that you're asking me a series of mostly irrelevant questions to
You just lied to me.
I made a mistake. Is there a difference?
You just lost your credibility.
I have credibility because I admit my mistakes.
How did you make a mistake? How did it go from 16 to 0? How's that a simple mistake? Maybe you said 1 or 2. Maybe that's understandable. But you said 16.
Is that all you got? You're going to grasp for that in this conversation? That's pathetic.
Well, do you admit you're wrong?
Wait, hold on. The chat's back. I mistook the WNBA for the NCAA. That has 16. I just mixed up a number, dude.
Yeah.
It's a really small number in both cases, and it needs to be a really small number for my argument about this to be right. And whether it's 0 or 16, those are small numbers.
16, that's not that small, but I mean, it does need to be small.
16,
and I'm happy
it's 16 out of 500,000.
Well, I'm happy that it's small, and but you said
that 16 is not small. It's out of 500,000 athletes because it's bigger than just the WNBA. The figure that I remember was for sports recognized in this country.
How many teams are there in the WNBA?
We're no longer talking about the WNBA. The number there is 0. The number in, I believe it's sports recognized by the NCAA in general, it's 16. And they're not breaking records. They're not dominating. They're not the MVP on their team. Like it's not happening.
So 16 out of 500,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's a low number, but what was I gonna? Oh, I was gonna say how I'm happy that number is low, but you'd be perfectly fine with that number being higher than it actually is.
If you can demonstrate to me that these 16 individuals present an issue for fairness and safety in sports, then yeah, maybe I'd be concerned about that number growing. I'm just not. What's up, Jessie?
I just wanted to ask Guest how much time he spends watching the WNBA that he's so concerned about it.
I don't spend that much time actually.
Can you name more than 3 teams?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Dude, your teacup. We know when you go to Google.
How did I pull up Google that fast, buddy?
Well,
you tried to. We saw the it changes your icon down here from your profile picture to a picture of a teacup if you leave the app. We heard you run and try to Google.
I literally said so literally I had it pulled up on Google. That was kind of a quick search for me then.
You still haven't named them.
The Indiana Fever.
Yep.
New York Liberty.
Yep.
The Aces. There's 3.
All right.
The question was more than 3.
I can do the Sparks, the Los Angeles Sparks.
Is that right? I don't even know.
Oh, so you don't know? Okay.
I never
claimed to care about the WNBA. I don't watch sports.
I never claimed that I cared about it either.
But you spent this much time talking about it. I just thought you
elected a rapist president for this issue.
So are you burden shifting?
No, I'm just saying you obviously care about this. Like, you called into my show. We ended up talking about trans rights. We talked about definitions. You don't agree with the experts. You don't think that I agree with the experts. You don't think Jessie's an expert, even though she's literally a medical professional. And then we moved on to issues.
Yeah, I'm a medical professional too.
And then we moved on to, you had a hard time convincing anybody that that's even true. And then here we are talking about trans women in sports. and you can't even name, you show that you don't actually give half a shit about these sports. You like, it's not, is it anybody involved with the WNBA who's told you these things? Is it women telling you that they don't want trans women in sports, or is it like random assholes in your feed?
No, I've friends who have said that they strongly disagree with biological males.
Okay, so you and your buddies dicking around are like real upset about trans people in sports. You can't name any. There are 0 in basketball. There are 16 recognized by the NCAA. They've been allowed in the Olympics for 20 years and they've never won a medal.
There's only 0 right now because of Trump.
That's horseshit.
Well, then, so you'd be perfectly fine with that number rising.
Yeah, because they're not.
See, and that's where I disagree with you.
Why is it such a problem for that number to increase when they don't appear to be very competitive in their sports?
My gosh. They don't appear to be very competitive in their sports.
Yeah, if those 16 people were all winning records, I'd be like, okay, we have a problem here. This hormone replacement therapy thing isn't doing the trick in terms of making this fair. But judging by their performance in their sports, it does seem to be very fair. It's best we can tell, it's actually still a disadvantage for a trans woman to compete with the women. They have disadvantages because of their hormone replacement therapy.
I'm just saying, if a former NBA player decided to transition and go on hormone replacement therapy, I would think that he would dominate the WNBA.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, after a sufficient amount of hormone replacement therapy, that doesn't fucking happen.
See, and what about Wembanyama? If we put him on replacement therapy.
I don't know who that is.
He's the tallest NBA player.
Why do you have to make up what's happening to point to a problem? Like, we're trying to talk about the real world.
It's a hypothetical. We can use hypotheticals to make points.
That's true. Hypothetically, does it make sense for such an athlete to transition just for the purpose of dominating against the other gender?
I think nowadays, because 2 days ago, 2 former NBA players just...
They did that. They did that to give you this talking point. They aren't serious.
It doesn't matter. What if they were serious? Hypothetically, what if they were serious?
Then under the paradigm that I'm interested in, they would lose the advantages they have by the time they made it to the court. Because I don't want them to be able to play against women next week. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Why?
Because that would be unfair.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm saying it's unfair without hormone replacement therapy and fair with hormone replacement therapy. The little skexy groan you're giving me, shout out to the Dark Crystal, is not a very interesting argument to me. Oh yeah, I've been saying the entire time that without hormone replacement therapy.
Well, I think then you're anti-trans if you deny them their ability to identify as the opposite gender.
I'm not denying them their ability to identify as the opposite gender. I'm denying their ability to play on sports, because anybody who has their body chemistry that out of whack for the gender they're supposed to be playing with isn't allowed to play, whether it's because they're trans or because they're using performance-enhancing drugs.
Yeah. So what if a male decides not to use hormone replacement therapy?
Then they don't get to play.
Okay, but would you consider them trans?
Yes, they just don't get to play.
Yeah, see, and so then you're denying trans women of being able to play in sports.
In that circumstance, yeah.
Then I guess that's anti-trans of you.
Is that all you got? You're saying I'm anti-trans for being reasonable about this?
I'm saying you're anti-trans for denying some trans women the ability to play in sports.
Being trans is unfortunate. It's a difficult... you're getting that bad echo again. Can you put your phone back the way it was? Do you think this is a gotcha? I'm saying that trans people, in order to not be disenfranchised from playing sports, unfortunately, because of their unique situation, they kind of need to run the gauntlet to make it so that it's fair for them to compete. And that's a burden that they have to carry because they're trans. And that's nobody's fault. That's just the way it is. That's very unfortunate. They also have to deal with bigots like yourself having a problem with their existence. That they don't have to deal with. That we have a little more control over. We could be nicer to them as a society. And if you think that it's anti-trans for me to say, hey, here's what you need to do to be able to play in sports, then your head's up your ass.
I think we disagree on that.
I don't think you have any good arguments, and I think you know it. I think that you care. I think that this is all vibes and common sense, which is just your feelings. I think every argument you've brought me, I've been able to dismantle in a way that's obvious to you.
I don't know. You didn't think...
If it's obvious to you how to rebut what I'm saying about your arguments, you'd have something other than, I don't know, bro, cope, chuckle, let's agree to disagree. You'd be saying, no, the reason you're wrong, Oscar, is because of this, this, and that. I'm telling you this, and that about why you're wrong. I'm ready for that. I can have this conversation all day. Unfortunately, I fucking do, because people are really mistreating trans people right now, even though their participation in sports is demonstrably a non-issue.
Yeah, well, it's a non-issue right now because we have a true president.
They've been able to compete in the Olympics for 20 years. What has Trump done that has prevented them from winning any medals whatsoever?
I mean, he doesn't want them to participate in the Olympics.
But they do, and they have been for 20 years, and they've won 0 medals. What did Trump do to create that state of affairs? Because you say that he's responsible for the fact that they're not a problem.
I don't know. Well, why do they need why does 5th place not suffice as an advantage?
We already discussed that. You admitted that it doesn't, because we expect that if it is in fact fair for trans people, for trans women to compete with the rest of the women, then we would expect them to win sometimes. And one of them tying for 5th place just isn't even a very good example of them winning, because I wouldn't call tying for 5th place.
5th place is a pretty big accomplishment in the Olympics.
Okay, so one trans person accomplished one thing ever and didn't get any medals.
Okay, and how many trans women are there in the Olympics?
I don't even know. See, this is sea lioning. You're asking for more questions, but if your concern is about trans women, where are all these trans women dominating in their sports? Because there are trans women competing, and they don't dominate their sports. The concern is that any trans woman would just obviously trounce a biologically female team. It's not happening, though, because the hormone replacement therapy gives them such a disadvantage compared to the other biological males that it is then fair to put them on the team of the biological females who were, because of their own biology, disadvantaged compared to the biological males. On average, by the way, because there are still males who are biologically disadvantaged more than a biological female simply because of bad luck. Like a 6'2" woman is going to be better at basketball probably if they train than a 5'5" man, even if he's a man. So like, sports are unfair. We're just trying to do the best we can to categorize this in a way that's fair to these people. And what we're seeing is that trans athletes who, if they have, like, a trans woman has to compete with the males, with the men's team, they'll never even have a chance of winning anything. They're completely non-competitive. Among women, they're still not that competitive, and you still have a problem with it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, but there are a few cases where these trans athletes have won certain awards and medals.
We've been talking a lot about Leah Thomas tying for 5th place. Please give me a different example of a trans person excelling at their sport.
Well, I remember learning about Cece Telfer. She went to Franklin Pierce University, and she was the first openly transgender athlete to win an NCAA title for the 400-meter hurdles.
Telfer?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at Telfer's Wikipedia page. Cece Telfer is a Jamaican-born athlete who in 2019 became the first openly transgender person to win an NCAA title. While a student athlete at Franklin Pierce University, Telfer first competed in the men's division from 2016 to 2017, but after coming out and then beginning transition, Telfer was allowed to compete in the women's division. Telfer eventually took first place in the 400-meter hurdles event in June 2019. Okay, so we have one trans person who won a 400-meter event in June of 2019. Is that your evidence that trans athletes are completely unfair?
No, there's more than just her and the other one you brought up.
Okay, so we have two. We have somebody who won a 400-meter hurdle event.
There's more than that. But there's more than that.
Okay, please name another.
Let's say, June Eastwood. I remember that one.
Okay, June Eastwood. Is this another track and field, women's cross country? I googled their name. What do I Google to find evidence that they're like completely unfairly dominating their sports?
Well, they were like the top ranked, like, in the men's competition or something like that.
As was, and in the case with someone like Leah Thomas, whose case I'm more familiar with, they were competitive among men. Then they began their transition, and then they were no longer competitive among men. And then they competed with women, and while competitive, not dominating.
She won the Big Sky Conference Women's Indoor Mile. I do know that.
Okay. So a trans person ran the fastest mile once. Again, we'd expect them to win sometimes, right?
Well, yeah, but you argued that they, like, essentially don't win that often.
I think the argument that they're going to dominate would mean that if you bring me an example like June Eastwood, they'd need to win everything they competed at.
I mean, these are cases where they did win and what they did.
Right, and you admitted earlier in the call that if it is fair to have trans women on the women's team, they'd win sometimes.
They stole it from someone else, though. There's even more than just those two people. Like, I can name a few more still. Like, it doesn't end there.
But you admitted that they should win sometimes if it was fair.
I mean, they should. They do have an advantage. That's what I'm saying.
Show me that advantage.
Well, I just gave you 2 instances where
right, but 2 instances isn't enough to say that they have an unfair
Okay, fine.
advantage.
Then, do you want more names?
Sure.
Let's go with Sadie Schreiner.
Okay. Sadie Schreiner.
Yeah, she went to RIT.
Okay. What'd she win?
She won conference titles and school records in the women's 200 meter and 400 meter.
Okay. Where, like, again, we expect them to win sometimes. Is this a person who dominates every event they go to?
I mean, why do they have to participate in multiple events? Why can't they focus on their events?
Because every professional athlete has won something. They're not going to be a professional athlete if they didn't.
Yeah, well, in track and field, like, these people specialize in either hurdles, the 200 meter, 400 meter. Like, it's not like they do everything.
Right. But where is this problem where if I'm like, because the concern is that if a person wants to compete in track and field as a biological female who also identifies as a woman, oh, shucks, darn, those trans women are fucking taking all the records. It's not competitive because the trans women always win.
They're taking the award from someone else. What if that was you? Or Jess?
Do you think we'd give a shit, dude? I am a runner.
If you were highly competitive in track and field and a biological male stole your award, yeah, you'd be pissed.
I don't consider it fucking stealing. You telling me how I would feel about something, but like I am a runner. My fastest mile time is 4:45. I'm very proud of that. That's not really competitive in like a college level or anything. That's not even competitive in a high school level. Like I don't have my feelings all caught up in it, and you're just not showing me that this sort of domination is happening. Why did you admit that they should win sometimes, and then you think a handful examples of them winning ever is good evidence that they're dominating or they're
because we both agreed that there are not many trans athletes. Like we both agreed that number was relatively low, but I've named several instances of them winning.
Yeah. So what?
It's not proportional.
Ah, there we go. Give me the numbers. If it's not proportional, demonstrate that the math checks out on that if you're going to make that claim.
The claim of what?
You said it's not proportional. It sounds to me like you're saying that trans women are overrepresented among winners in sports. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Show me the math.
I mean, will you allow me to take a quick moment to do some research?
You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to hang up on you. I'd like for you to come because I'd like for you to come back with the math later.
Well, I have it like right in front of me.
What's right in front of you?
The research.
What is that research? Is it numbers like what?
Yeah, there's numbers.
So you're gonna do some math here. How about this? I'll thank the donors, and when we're done, you can unmute yourself, and then you can tell me the math that you've done.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, I'm gonna mute you for now, and I'm gonna thank some people because I really appreciate people going to. I really appreciate people going to the link tree in the bio and supporting the show. Holy shit, a lot of donations. Sorry, I was locked into that conversation. Melissa sent $2 to say, love when they say science is on their side. Red flag, red flag. It sure isn't unless you go back to the 1900s. Melissa, thank you for the $2. I missed that one earlier. No message on that one. Tavi, thank you for the $5. Over 50% of bodybuilders have body dysmorphia. By that logic, bodybuilders should not have guns. Yep. Tavi also sent $5 to say, caller, it doesn't sound like you want to learn. Sounds like you have your mind made up, which isn't good at any age. I agree. Jesse Wormtongue, the future mayor of Minnesota, gotta love the inside jokes. Thank you, Hi-Fi Mike, for the $2. Jesse looks very, very unhappy sitting at the producer's desk.
It's just my title keeps getting longer.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun gag. You keep acknowledging it, and it's gonna keep getting longer if you keep doing that. Oliver sent me $5 to say, I've been looking a while, but I had to pop in to say I support you. The way you define sex and gender feels off. Chromosomes does not equal sex in all cases. I do have to simplify to a degree when I'm talking to people who don't understand the biology. I know it's a little bit more nuanced than the way that I talk about it, but I think the important thing for the caller is to separate gender and sex. And then like the way that chromosomes don't exactly perfectly equal sex is technically accurate because there's people who present in the opposite way, even though they have the different chromosomes. But again, like those are very rare edge cases that actually have nothing to do with trans people. So yes, technically. Chai sent $2 to say, I was in medtech for 20 years. Love Jessie. Thank you, Chai.
Love you.
The Spooby sent $5 to say, quick $5 for you, defending our trans homies. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Izamak sent $2 to say, is he okay with trans men in women's sports? Yeah. Steven sent five gift memberships, so he's got 5 more people in the members only club over on YouTube. There's a members only club on all the main platforms where you get to hang out in the members only stream and chit chat with me about stuff. Do that usually Sunday evenings. There actually is a trans non-binary player in the WNBA. They were born female though. Oh, okay, there we go. Jazz Baron Crab sent $2 to say, cold take, get rid of this disingenuous clown. Yeah. Hi-Fi Mike for $2 said, caller, if you ain't first, you're last. Yeah. A trans, they didn't put the word in here, but I'll add, a trans person winning doesn't prove it was unfair. You still have to prove they won due to an unfair advantage. Well, I think that what we're looking for here, and maybe he's doing the math on behind the scenes right now, is, are they overrepresented among winners? Mark sent $5 to say, when will this asshole just admit he's a transphobic stunoid? I don't know what that word is, but yes, he definitely is transphobic. I agree with that. Nurse Elliot, I know, is screaming probably. Thank you for the buck, Nurse Elliot. Guest is making me so mad. I was right, Nurse Elliot's screaming. Have him tell you what the ABCs are to test if he's really an EMT. I've been working EMS since 2013. Answer, and then it shows me. Yeah, actually, really quick caller. Stratum, are you there? Unmute yourself.
Hello?
As an EMT, what are the ABCs?
Airway, circulation, and breathing.
Okay, all right. Point in his favor. We'll give him that one. Maybe not bullshitting about the EMT thing. Maybe just overzealously concerned about getting doxxed for some reason, even though I'm the one who gets all the death threats. Kevin sent $5 to say, oh brother, this guy stinks. Guests like this prove how stigmatized propaganda works. He doesn't care about women/integrity of women's sports, just an argument spoon-fed to him by right-wing media to mask his transphobia. Arrogant, scared, lonely little boy. I think I do agree with your assessment there. Jay sent $1 to say, is guest this pressed over trans men? Patricio Manuel dominating men's boxing as a trans man? Funny. And then Melanie sent us $5 to say, if Guest really gave a shit about fairness for women's sports, he'd advocate for better pay for these athletes. Good fucking point. I don't think that he... I don't... It's funny. The people who advocate against trans women competing in women's sports are never the sort of people who advocate for women generally. I wonder why the fuck that is. I do know why the fuck that is. It's obvious to everybody but them. Miss Angel sent $3 to say, trans men and athletes are constantly excluded from these conversations. They have no issues with biofemales competing in men's sports, being in men's bathrooms, etc. Yeah, it ends up being a completely one-sided thing. Glad TikTok turned the volume down on that stupid music gift. Thank you for the $10, Marcus. He said, would me donating to the stream count as foreign election interference? Love from Sweden. I always wonder about that little criticism. It's like, low-key when people send donations to me from overseas. They are influencing American politics through me. All right, I think I got through all the donations. Let me just make sure I don't have any buy me a coffees. Max sent me one in the middle of the night for $15. Didn't want me to read his message, but I definitely appreciate him sending that. And it looks like Lucky Phil is finally sleeping because he's not donating, and I wish he would sleep sometimes. Indigo Sarah sent $20 on Cash App to say tribute to my favorite host and team. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, Indigo. Appreciate you very much. All right, caller, have you done your math?
Yeah.
What does the math tell you?
Okay, so throughout like history and stuff, there have been 20,760 total events participated in by males and female categories. Of the 20,000, there have been 6,830 first place finishes. So that accounts for 32%. And so trans athletes make up less than 0.02% of the...
I'm sorry. Did you just tell me that trans athletes have won 30% of the titles in sports?
No. Then
what did you just tell me?
So what I'm using, it was documenting male participation in female/girls events across levels and sports, okay? Do you understand that
Those
part?
numbers again. 20,000 competitions, 20,000 sporting events. Is that what that number represents?
20,000 total events participated in by males and female categories.
Okay, there's been 20. Where did you get that figure?
It's from this.
Did you get it from ChatGPT?
No, it's from a website called hecheated.org.
Hecheated.org. Totally unbiased source on whether or not trans athletes are cheating.
What? It's literally tracking these
Right.
people.
Did they go to the sporting events and track it? Where did they get the number? What's this article? Let's look at it together. He cheated. What do I search to find it?
It's hecheated.org. Just look. That might just be it by itself.
Just go to
hecheated.org.
Okay, yeah, so we found like a propaganda website. He cheated. A record of males who have robbed female athletes of success and opportunity. This thing looks like the fucking...
I mean, I bet there's this website looks like a camp that have school shooting trackers.
Yeah, we can talk about that next. Okay, what am I looking at here?
So, yeah, it literally tracks all these first place winners and stuff.
All right, yeah, so what am I clicking to look at here?
You're just looking at it. You don't have to click anything.
Okay, it says like we're trying to talk about proportionality. We're trying to show that trans people are winning too many records. It looks like that they've looked at 1,100 trans male, or I guess it says male athletes. I assume they're talking about trans women there. So it says there's 1,100, and that they've found 68 instances of them winning. So if we look at each trans woman that they're looking at, each of them won about 6 things in their career, which I said any professional athlete probably has won something. So again, the question is, are they overrepresented among athletes? How many athletes are there?
Athletes are there in what?
Like this number, 1,100, I assume they're referring to trans women when it says male athletes below. 1,100 out of how many?
I wrote that down. Like approximately like 500,000.
Okay. So much less than 1%, about 0.2%.
Yeah, I know. So
0.1%, something like that.
So trans women are under 0.002% of the NCAA.
So here's the question. Athletes. Here's the question. We're comparing 1,100 to about 500,000. Then we have 6,830. How many wins have those 500,000 had?
I don't know. What are you asking? How many wins had those 500,000?
You said that they're proportional.
Probably far more.
Well, yeah. So the question is 1,100 a greater percentage of 500,000 than 6,800 is a percentage of what number? They are not showing us on this page the other numbers that we have to compare them to.
The trans athletes account for 0.002%, but then
and which percentage of the wins do they account for?
Which percentage of the wins?
Yeah. Because for them to be overrepresented among the winners, if they are 0.02% or whatever the hell it is of the athletes, we would expect them to only win 0.02 or something like that percentage of the time. This website's not showing us the numbers we need to run that calculation. It's not showing us how many athletes there are total, and it's not telling me how many first place finishes there are total.
I think you're slightly confused.
No, I think you're confused about what it means for something to be proportionately overrepresented, because you need 4 figures in order to do that. We need the number of athletes that are trans against the number of athletes that are not trans, and we need the number of wins by trans athletes against the number of wins by non-trans athletes. We need those 4 numbers in order to do a comparison to see if the numbers proportionally add up. This is only showing us half of those numbers.
I mean, but if they account for about 0.002% of the NCAA athletes and they've won 6,830 first place finishes, does that not in and of itself
without knowing how many wins total there've been? No, we're just making up the comparison then. We need the other number to say that they are outperforming. Why is this website called He Cheated not showing me that number? So I, as somebody who understands statistics, can go, wow.
What specific number are you looking for?
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's fucking do this. We're gonna get the crayons out for this guest. All right, I'm gonna show you the numbers that we need. Okay, we've got.
Did you just say we're gonna get the crayons out?
Yeah, got the crayons.
Yeah, it shows how much of a child you are. Okay, so it's about 33%.
Look at him trying to claim the dig I made against him. So we've got 1,152 over 500,000. I want you to look at the fraction that I've drawn here with my...
It's going to be about 33%.
So, right, yeah. So we got 1,152 divided by 500,000 trans athletes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the number that we need, and then we have this other fraction where the numerator is 6,830.
Yeah, over the 20,760 total events that I mentioned.
Okay, so you're saying that among 500,000 athletes, they only competed ever in 20,000 events?
Sure, yeah.
So you think that that's a fair way to do this math? Because what we're looking for, what you're arguing, is that I can put a greater than sign here and say that this number, the proportion won by trans athletes, is greater than the proportion of the athletes that are trans athletes. But if these 1,100 trans athletes won 6,800 times, I have a really hard time believing that of these 500,000 athletes, they only won 20,000 times. I don't think that's the right number to go in the bottom of this in this denominator here.
When did I say they only won 20,000 times?
Because I just asked you what the other number is, which is...
Listen.
I need this number.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to explain it to you. So there have been 20,760 about total events entered by these athletes in female categories, okay?
Okay, so we're limiting it to the number of events that they attended and competed in?
Well, why wouldn't we?
Because then the other denominator is wrong, because they didn't compete with all 500,000. There's so few trans athletes that they didn't compete with all 500,000 of them. So we either have to include all the...
You asked me how many athletes there were in the double...
Right. So So in order to do this equation fairly, we have to make sure that the denominator also includes events that they didn't compete in, because the number of athletes includes athletes that haven't crossed paths with trans athletes. They lied to you, and they made the denominator something that it shouldn't be, and that's why you're sitting here telling me that it should be 20,000, which doesn't pass the sniff test. That's obviously wrong.
Can I please explain it to you? Can I take 15 seconds to explain it to you? So there have been 20,760 plus total events entered by these athletes in female categories. Of those 20,760 plus events, there have been 6,830 plus first place finishes. So that equates to roughly 33% of like a proportion of 33%.
But what is
winning to the events they participated in?
But this is the important equation that we have to answer. Are they overrepresented among winners, given how many of them are there? So why is the website that you're showing me this like obviously proper?
No. We are looking specifically at the events that these trans athletes participated in.
I don't think you understand statistics well enough to analyze whether they're overrepresented if you're not understanding what I've drawn with my crayon.
Now, I don't think you understand statistics. Did you understand what I said?
I'm trying to understand what you said, and no, I don't know where this 20,000... It doesn't make sense to me that for the denominator over here, we would only consider events where trans people won, because
No, we're considering events that trans people participated in.
Right, but we're...
participated in.
Great, so we're doing that over here. Why are we not doing that over here, and then comparing the two? That's wrong.
Well, first of all, we can certainly compare the two. It's just going to show a larger disproportion, so you're actually going to help my point.
What's the number then?
The number on the left that you wrote, the 500,000, what that represents all the NCAA athletes?
According to this website, hecheated.org, they say that they looked at 1,100 trans women, male athletes, against 500,000 female athletes that are not trans.
No, the 500,000 athletes are just the everyone total. It's not specifically females.
Women in sports, trans women in sports.
No,
medals,
just total athletes in the NCAA.
Well, I think it's more than 500,000 for that. That's just women, right?
Total athletes in the NCAA.
Oh, am I wrong? Is it just how many? Okay, is it half of that? Is it 250,000? What? How many athletes are there in the NCAA?
I thought there was upwards of 500,000.
How many women athletes are there?
Oh, total athletes.
Oh yeah. So yeah. Okay, here. So you're right. The total number was
that's your second concession.
Yeah, I just got that wrong. But it's not half. So we're gonna start over. So I'm just gonna round the numbers so it's a little easier. We've got about 1,100. We got 1,100 female trans athletes, or male trans athletes that are women. I drew the wrong number already. Let me draw it again. Got 1,100 against 250,000 now. So it's 1,100 divided by 250,000 women recognized by the NCAA, right? So there's our first fraction where we have 1,100 trans athletes and 250,000 women recognized as athletes by the NCAA. Are you following so far?
Mm-hmm.
What does this symbol in the middle that I've drawn mean? What is this one?
It means I don't know.
It means greater.
It means less than. It means less than actually. Don't say greater than. It means less than.
It means greater than.
Well, then your camera's reversed.
Oh no! Yeah, wait, no, yeah, you're right. I'm looking at it backwards. Yeah, okay. We're saying the symbol here says that this number is going to be less than this number. You're going to say that this number is greater than that one. The proportion, the rate at which trans people win is greater than their representation in the sports. So if we're going to say, according to this website, haven't checked their source either yet, that they've won 6,800 times, right? The question is, how many, if they've won 6,800 times, the 1,100, they won 6,800 times, how many times did the 250,000 win? That's the other number.
I think you're actually flawed.
I don't think you understand how proportional representation works.
Okay, what that proportion comparison is showing is so there's 1,100 let's say trans athletes out of 250,000 females, okay?
Yeah.
Or 240,000 females.
250. I just drew it badly.
Well, it's actually 242.
We're rounding it a little bit just to make this easier for the show. I am rounding these numbers to make longer, to make the trailing zeros a little cleaner for people to just do the math intuitively. This is back of the envelope math. We're just checking if what you're saying is making any sense. So once again, for everybody who's just joined us, 1,100 trans athletes, 250,000 female women who are athletes. So among that 250,000, 1,100 of them are trans women. This website has shown us that those 1,100 won 6,800 times. The question that I need is for the other denominator. How many times did these 250,000 athletes win first place? That's what goes down here.
Yeah. So that other number, since we're comparing the proportion of trans athletes to women who competed, then we have to compare the 6,800 number, which is the first place finishes. We have to use that and put that over the denominator of how many events these trans athletes participated in. Which I said was 20,760.
But that's not a fair comparison because you're comparing the number of trans athletes there are against the number of non-trans athletes there are. We should be comparing the number of wins by trans athletes to the number of wins by non-trans athletes. The idea that you should put down here the number of competitions it took to get to the 6,800 number is nonsense. It makes these two numbers apples and oranges. You can't compare them anymore.
Well, the 6,800 over the 20,760. That's all I'm saying is that shows how many trans women.
What we're doing here is a little bit of a matrix. We have right here on the left, we have the number of athletes. Here we have the number of wins. On the top row, we have trans athletes that are women. On the bottom, we have women that are not trans. So that means that in this little spot over here, the number that we're looking for is the number of first place wins by the women who are not trans. I don't believe you when you tell me that 20,000 is a number that makes sense to go here.
We're comparing the wrong proportion. So what I'm trying to compare is the amount of trans athletes versus the amount of women were in it, compared to the first place finishes to the total events they participated in.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see if the chat is even following you. I also think that why would any number go here other than how many total first place wins there were by this 250,000 athletes that we're comparing to? 1,100 trans athletes won 6,800 times. 250,000 non-trans athletes won how many times?
Okay, I don't think you're following. So what I'm saying with that 6,800 out of 20,760, I'm saying that trans women have won 33% of the competitions they participated in.
I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that that's true. I think this website has lied to you. But that also doesn't satisfy the original question that we're asking, which is, are trans women overrepresented among wins in women's sports? And we need the denominator. Why are you not interested in what this number is?
Because I don't know that number.
Okay, if you don't know that number, how are you so sure that trans women are overrepresented in women's sports among winners?
Okay. First of all, I'm so sure of it because the 6,800 is first place finishes, okay?
Yeah.
Out of 20,760.
Irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant? That's literally the amount of
That's
events
not the number that goes here, though. We have that. Look, once again, 1,100 trans women athletes.
Why are you saying that's irrelevant? That's so relevant to this conversation.
Because we're trying to figure out if they are proportionately represented among winners. And to do the math, the number here isn't how many times they competed to get this 6,800. It's the number of times that the non-trans athletes won. Up on the top, we have the trans winners, of which there are 1,100.
So you want to divide the first place
number of wins, 6,800, by the total amount of.
So by the way, I am actually going to make a correction here because I've been sitting on this one too. This is still wrong because this is 1,100 trans athletes ever, and this is 250,000 non-trans athletes currently. So we're not looking at the right thing. This number on the bottom should actually be many millions.
Okay, so then the proportion would be even greater.
No. Well, I mean, because then this number on the bottom would be many, many millions because it's every first place win by any woman ever. Why aren't you willing to actually do the math and look and check if you're right? That's what we're trying to do.
The math I did specifically was looking at that 6,800 first place finishes and comparing that to how many events the trans women have participated in.
Right, and that's just a number in the dark that you're not comparing to anything. We have to compare their performance to that of non-trans athletes to see if they're winning in a way that's unfairly, and you're not even interested in figuring out what the right numbers are.
No, I think you're flawed. Your argument.
I'm sitting here and trying to make a direct comparison between how many trans athletes there are and how frequently they win.
You're making a fallacious argument.
What fallacy have I fallen into?
You're trying to compare the wrong proportions intentionally so that it supports your claim, but you're calling my proportion irrelevant when it's the most relevant proportion.
How is it relevant to compare a stat for trans people and then a stat for not trans people with a stat for trans people then against a different stat also about trans people?
Well, how is it not relevant then in that case to compare the first place finishes to the number of events that trans athletes participated in?
Because then we would have to compare the number of first place wins by non-trans athletes against the number of events that non-trans athletes competed in. To compare trans people to non-trans people with math, we have to do the same math for both groups and compare the answers. You are refusing to do that for some reason.
Why do we have to compare them of both groups when the 6,800?
I'm sorry, we're trying to figure out if this group is behaving fairly, and we need to compare them to the other group. Yes. By the way, this is still wrong. This is 1,100 trans athletes ever against 250,000 women athletes now.
Those two numbers are irrelevant.
You don't actually think it's relevant how frequently they win?
No, I think it's irrelevant how many trans athletes participated out of how many ever NCAA athletes there were.
Okay, do you at least admit that in order to assess whether or not trans women are outperforming biologically female women athletes, we have to compare how frequently they win?
Yeah, and that's what I'm doing.
It's not what you're doing.
The 6,800 represents the first place finishes, okay?
Uh-huh.
Do you understand that?
Uh-huh.
The first place finishes of these trans athletes that won, okay?
Uh-huh.
And that's out of 20,760 events they participated in.
What's that ratio for non-trans athletes?
I have no idea.
Then
why is that even relevant if this shows that 33% of trans athletes won their events they participated in?
That's because we need to know the numbers for the non-trans athletes. Why? You're just giving me this number.
But it's nuanced because
I also think that's what's happening here is that if we have like you're making a leap from saying that there's about 20,000 events where a trans person's competed to about 7,000 wins and saying that they win about a third of the time. That number doesn't say that they win a third of the races that they run. It means that if there's a track meet where there's maybe dozens of events, a trans person might win one of them. And you're saying that at this number of events, a medal gets handed out to a trans person this many times. It still doesn't even say that they win a third of the things they try at. That's still wrong. They are working so hard to misrepresent these numbers.
It said they placed first in about a third of the events that trans athletes participated in.
That's not right, is what I'm saying. This website exists to make you think that, but they're lying to you.
I believe
they're hiding the numbers about athletes that aren't trans so that you can't compare.
But why do we have to focus on the athletes that aren't trans when we're focusing on the athletes that are trans?
Because in order to determine whether or not they are overrepresented among winners, we need to know how frequently we would expect them to win if they were part of the other group. That's how you do a comparison.
I don't know if you saw this person's comment, but they said that this person is basically saying that a trans person wins 32% of the time.
That's what you're arguing, which is nonsense.
How?
Are you suggesting that of all women's sporting events recognized by the NCAA, a third of them are won by a trans woman?
In the events that trans women have participated in, yes.
I think, I think the leap that's being made there, because this website doesn't tell us its sources, by the way, is that that of the events where there is a trans person present, a third of the time they win something.
Yes. No, a third of the time they win first place.
In a third of why are you not interested in getting to the bottom of what these numbers represent? I'm telling you that if there's a track meet, there might be dozens of events. There's the 100-meter dash, the 400, the 1,000, the mile.
And in the events that the trans athletes have participated in, a third of them won first place.
So if an event has 50 races and a trans person wins one of them, and then therefore that becomes one of these 6,800 times that at 20,000 events a trans person has won, does that mean that they win a third of the time? Or does that mean that a third of the time you throw 50 races, a trans person wins one of them?
No. In the event that a trans athlete participates in, let's say, a track meet, because there's several events, okay? So in the specific events that trans athletes participate in, a third of them have won.
That's not what the numbers say. That's not what this number... Where did you get the number 20,000? It's not on this homepage that we're looking at.
No, I got that from another website.
Why isn't it here? Why is this website, He Cheated, not showing me the math that I need to find out if I don't even want to say if he cheated, because they're intentionally misgendering these athletes in the name of the website, which is reprehensible. Totals. What is this? Answer my question.
Yeah.
Why is this website that's trying to use math and numbers to show me that trans athletes are unfair not showing me the numbers I need to make the comparison?
I have no idea.
I have some idea, which is that the person who developed this website knows that trans women aren't outperforming women in their sports and want people like you to think this is an important issue, so you vote for Donald Trump. They are using hate against trans people to brainwash you into voting a rapist into the Oval Office, and it worked.
Okay, well, he's not a rapist either, so let's not give him that.
He absolutely is a rapist, and we don't need to get sidetracked by that. Not. Yeah, the courts agree with me, buddy.
It's not the criminal court.
Why is this website not showing me the information I need to make this mathematical comparison?
I have no idea why the website chose that.
All right.
I'm his friend, and can I make a point?
Sure. Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm the owner of the account.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Can I please, can you let your viewers know that I am not I own the account and my friend is not the owner of the account, because my account is getting a lot of hate.
Yeah, I mean, that's typical of these far left viewers that these people have.
I'll make a sign.
All right, thank you.
You know what? To be clear, caller, you do deserve the hate. You're a bigot. Deal with it. The First Amendment doesn't protect you from... I deserve
the hate?
You deserve the person I've been talking to this whole time. You deserve the hate. The owner of the account does not.
No, I'm not a bigot either.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You know what a bigot is? Define bigot.
A bigot is someone who's I guess racist and who thinks they're better than everyone.
No, a bigot is somebody who is stubbornly sure that people who belong to a certain group are a certain way, in spite of evidence against that claim. You are being absolutely bigoted about trans people by not being at all interested.
So you think I'm transphobic?
Absolutely.
I support trans people 100%.
No, you don't. You are afraid. You have fear that they are going to dominate women at sports. You fear that these statistics, which aren't even making any kind of positive argument at all because they're not showing me the numbers to which they need to be compared, you fear that these numbers represent a very serious problem for society. And that fear is one that you are stubbornly unwilling to address the fact that there isn't a mathematical basis for. You are such a good example of a bigot. I don't have anything else to say other than that about that. But I'd like to keep trying to understand why you think you don't actually have to do the math when saying that trans athletes are outperforming women. Because the notion that a trans athlete wins first place a third of the time they compete is fucking nonsense.
Well, I showed you my sources. You didn't agree with them, so I don't know where this.
But your sources are misrepresenting the numbers so that you come to the conclusion that they win a third of the time, which is nonsense. To somebody who understands how to compare these numbers and actually do the mathematical analysis that you need to do in order to determine if something that's happening here is fair or unfair, like, it's obvious to me the way in which they're fudging these numbers. It's ridiculous to suggest that sort of win rate.
Hey, well, I'm sorry if you can't agree with the facts.
These aren't facts. You're not comparing the right numbers.
I think we're at a dead end then.
Okay, here. Let me do a question for you. If we had a group in the population that somebody's saying is committing too many murders, okay, we're gonna see if your brain works when it comes to a different topic. Are you ready to do a hypothetical?
Yep.
100 people, or let's say that there's like 100,000 people in a population, and 10% of them are a member of some group. Doesn't matter what it is: race, gender, gang, affiliation, people who wear red shirts, people who wear glasses. Doesn't matter what the category is. We just have category A, and that's 10,000 people. They represent 10% of the population. Are you following?
Yep.
Okay, there were 1,000 murders this year in my population. It used to be 100,000 and 101,000. Now it's only 100,000 because 1,000 of them were murdered. And somebody's telling you that Group A is murdering too many people. Are you following?
Uh-huh.
Of the 1,000 murders, how many of them would we expect for that group to have committed for us to say that they're overrepresented among murderers?
More than 10%.
Right, of 1,000. So what's that number?
100.
Right. So if we saw that they had murdered exactly 100, what would the conclusion be?
That they proportionally represent.
Yeah, that there isn't a strong correlation of any kind between being a member of that group and murdering people, right? If we saw if we saw very few murders, if we only saw 50 murders, we'd say they're underrepresented. They're a less murdery proportion of the population. If we saw 200 murders, we'd say, they're over. Right. Okay. So when it comes to trans athletes, we have to look at the percentage of athletes that are trans and a percentage of the first prizes that get handed out to trans athletes, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are those four numbers?
I don't know.
But you know that the answer to the equation is that they're overrepresented.
Yep.
How do you know that if you don't know what those numbers are?
I don't know.
You don't know how you know what you're sure you know.
I think we're at a dead end.
I think you're in the corner. The corner is a dead end.
I think we should be closing this argument.
Why don't you know those numbers when you're somebody who has just spent an hour and a half of your life defending the claim that you need those numbers to prove?
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Well, so partly is because I'm like, I don't even know.
Do you think there's a chance you're wrong?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting that.
I'm sorry.
Do you think it's responsible for you to go around and say that trans athletes are overrepresented among female or among women's athletes when you have no idea about the math behind that?
Yeah.
Have you been serious?
What? Yeah, no, I think it's wrong.
Does that change your thinking about trans athletes?
Yeah.
Does it really?
Yeah. I was just raised into a super conservative household, so I was kind of raised with these views.
I asked you a moment ago the reason why you thought that trans athletes are overrepresented among winners, and you didn't know the mathematical reason, but it does seem that you do know the reason, which is that you were raised to believe that way.
Yeah.
Is that a good way to come to these sorts of beliefs when so many people disagree about them?
No, but I mean, I'm trying to make my parents proud.
I'm going to be really disappointed if I find out that you're on other lives spreading this bullshit again.
Yeah. I won't be.
I really hope so. I really hope that this like consent. It took a really long time for you to just admit that you didn't have the number that you needed in order to make this claim.
But if I vote Democrat, my parents are gonna be upset.
Your parents don't have to know who you voted for.
But they do. They look at my records.
They legally cannot.
There's no
take
way
it
for
from
them.
somebody who made their
There's
first
no way
vote
for your
Democrat.
parents to check for you voted for.
But you can look up like the party affiliation.
Yeah, you can stay a registered Republican, but your vote being your vote instead of your parents' vote is more important than you being honest with your parents. You are perfectly. It is your civic duty to go into that booth and put whatever you think is right down on that paper.
Yeah, but they also
even if you need to lie to your parents about what you said. I'm saying that you are willing to exercise some self-defense of your own civic obligations and civic freedoms by lying to your parents about who you voted for. If you need to, for your safety, for your family not to shun you, that's fine.
They also take me out to eat and stuff if I voted for Trump. When I voted for Trump, they took me out to eat. And
what you're describing is voter fraud. They are paying you to vote for who they want you to vote for. That's voter fraud.
They didn't pay me directly. They just took me out to eat.
It's still voter fraud. Your parents are committing voter fraud.
How do I report this?
Is this a joke, dude? Are you taking this seriously?
No, I'm genuinely taking this seriously.
I don't think there's a significant enforcement mechanism. You're not going to be able to prove to a court that this happened, but you are going to be able to prove to yourself that you have a backbone if you walk into the booth in November and vote for what you think is right instead of what your parents think is right.
You are right. You are right.
I mean, the audience thinks you're completely fucking full of it and that this is just how you got out of the corner.
You are right.
Am I right about you just, apologizing to get out of it or am I right about
you are right. Like if there's such a small subset of the population, so why is this conversation even significant?
Well, that's the reason it becomes significant is because these people are in danger. There's like human rights watch groups are really concerned about the way the administration talks about and treats trans people, and people like you end up supporting it because you get lied to about these statistics. And I really worry for trans people because of that.
Yeah, that's my fault.
I really don't think I believe you, man.
I'm being 100% honest.
I hope you are. I think I'll say if you want to discuss abortion with me, it's going to have to be another day.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, it was nice talking to you.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chad, I think I'm on your fucking side, Chad. I kind of don't fucking believe it. Live for my babies. I'm sorry. I didn't see your $50 to say, OMG, make him stop. Thank you for the $50. That's a huge donation over on Cash App. And I just think he got so, I don't think I convinced him. I think he lost his steam. I think he lost his energy. I just don't think he was up for it anymore. I think he realized that he was completely cornered and there was nowhere for him to go and he just wanted to give up and get out of it. But I mean it, dude. Parents aren't going to know who you voted for. It's so important that your vote is yours. Think of all the people who voted for Trump because their parents made them. They were afraid of repercussions. That's fucking voter fraud. Your vote is supposed to be yours. What a dark, dark place for that call to end, to find out that this person is like afraid of voting for what they believe in if they were telling the truth. I don't know. The thing that makes me feel like he maybe was telling the truth about realizing he was wrong, it did take an hour and a half for him to admit that he was wrong. Thanks for sitting through that, everybody. But the fact that he immediately went on to say that he was concerned about the repercussions of him being wrong, the repercussions about that his parents would give him, I don't think a liar would immediately go there. I kind of believe him. I don't know. On the edge on that one. Thank you, Emily, for the $25 on Venmo. Appreciate you every day, Emily. She said, imagine being so hateful that you take the time to create a website like this. Holy shit. Thanks for your endless advocacy for the trans community, Oskar. Love you. I also did see my trans friends in the queue. I'm sorry I didn't bring you up. I don't always chose to make it a 2 or 3 or 4v1. Sometimes I feel like I just need to sit with the person and be direct. So W's for Raven and Azra, because I did see them waiting, but I decided not to go that route today. Rico sent $2 to say, Oskar, as a 25-year-old, he's stupid and his brain is routed to hell. He can't do simple math to lead him to get to the number he wants, and then a bunch of facepalm emojis. Yeah, he just wasn't even interested in like making sure that he does the math correctly. David sent $5 to say, Original account owner. Oh, yeah, let's get rid of this, by the way. Original account owner. You gave your friend a platform on your account to spread misinformation. Fuck you. Oscar's giving him a platform to combat his hate. W. Oscar. Well, I don't really blame the friend for platforming him, but yeah, like, people are going to be upset if you just are unwilling to look at the math when you're talking about some hateful stuff. Snake, thank you for the $5. The Collars dataset contains sporting events from all ages, from kindergarten to professional sports. This would be millions of total athletes. Yeah, again, these numbers are just now I'm aware of that particular dishonest resource about trans people, and I know how to shut it down. See, I don't even need help with that. I can look at it and be like, these numbers don't add up. There's no fucking way they win a third of the time they compete. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. AJ sent $2 to say, this is why dumbs shouldn't be allowed to... I think it says this is why dumbs shouldn't be allowed to look at stats. I'm not sure. Even if the 1100 and 6600 are actually accurate, you'd need to know how many athletes competed in the 21,000 or so competitions if that number is even accurate. Yeah, once again, it's just not actually comparing the meaningful numbers here. Tim Davidson for $5 said, if you win a third of your games, you still don't make it to championship ranking. Once again, we do expect trans athletes to win sometimes if they're competitive, because that would mean that they're competitive, obviously. Pod brought to you... Goblin Bags. I always got to check the usernames. Here we go. I got a voice for Goblin Bags' messages. Pod brought to you by Denial. Denial. Facts aren't true. You don't know. Next time you need to win a debate, you too can reveal your ignorance with Denial. Thank you for the $5, Goblin Bags. Tavi sent $2 to say, if the meal is over $25, you're being bribed. Yeah. Legally speaking, I think is what he means there. Chipotpot sent Chipopot? Sent $2 to say, troll-shaped escape hatch for this kid. Yeah, man. Fucking Lucky Phil, thank you for the $5 on Buy Me a Coffee. Fuck you. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. And fuck this caller too. Trans women are women. Trans men are men. Collars' obsession with the genitals and hormone levels of strangers is it's a bit weird, bruh. Sporting organizations can make their own decisions without government intervention. I agree. All right. Jessie, you want to take the air for a second? I got to use the bathroom. Chit chat about something with the audience while I take a little teeny tiny break to make sure I'm ready for the other 2 hours of the show. We've got a very full queue, so if you're watching on TikTok, do get double tapping away to keep the viewership up for when I come back and start a new call. Here you go, Jessie. What?
Red Bull? I have it on screen.
That's fine.
Okay. Hey, I don't look my Sunday best today. That's all right. I literally just tried this Red Bull. It's like so good. Not sponsored. The Sea Blue edition. But yeah, thanks everybody who came to the members only stream. Raven was there last night. It was really fun. I tuned in. I took a day off. I'm tired. Trying to move. But yeah, the queue's been super full, so looking forward to getting into more. We got Law of the Wild in queue. Interesting. Welcome back, Mog of the Wild. It is Monday. Did I not say it was Monday? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm really tired. Sitting over in the producer's chair, doodling and taking notes during the call, trying to stay awake. So, just needed a minute to debunk. Oh yeah, Law. Oscar's not gonna yell at me for letting you up. And then once Law says their piece, we can move on to the next caller. Thanks for joining us, Law.
Hey, Jessie. So I've been digging through the data from the website that the last Chud put forward, and there's a few things that are pretty glaring here. Okay. This isn't even just...
Yo, what a trash website, Law of the Wild.
Yeah, well, so I've been digging through their data tables, and this isn't just NCAA. It's not just high school and professional. It's literally any athletic competition anywhere. And as I'm scrolling through it, I noticed a Minnesota Masters swimming. Masters are like old people who swim. It is just like it's an amateur competition to go swim. And the competition that the trans athlete, which they offer no evidence to substantiate that this person's trans in the first place, was a mixed 800-yard relay that they won, which mixed is a event between men and women. So both men, biological men and biological women can compete in it. So the fact that they were trans is completely incidental to the fact that her team got first place. And there are other teams. There's volleyball in here. There's basketball. There's hockey. So they were just a member of a team that happened to get first place. And what's most glaring is when you look in here, there are 504 categories where they said that the trans person won first place when there were literally no other competitors. It was a one of one. So they got first place against themselves.
Yep. Thank you very much. It's amazing. You have to know that the person who made the website knew what they were doing. And I'm telling that caller that if you actually just try to come up with the numbers yourself, you realize that they've done everything they can to make the numbers for trans athletes bigger and everything they can to make the numbers for non-trans athletes smaller. And it just doesn't add up because the idea that they're winning a third of the time is just so obviously wrong that I knew that sort of thing was happening. But that's a bunch of, including team wins as an individual win. Shouldn't we count that? If it's a 12-person team, just doesn't that mean that that's one win for a trans person and then 11 wins for a non-trans person? I love you, Law. You're the best. You're one of my favorite people who hops up. So he's gone now, but he brought the wisdom as he always does. Nick sent $5 to say, "Holy shit, Skrillex."
What were you guys calling me last time?
Skrillex, Skrillex mixed with moist critical. Jack, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I think I missed that one. He just was excited about the Dark Crystal reference. I gotta rewatch that movie. It's been too fucking long. Law's the fucking best. W's in the chat for Law, and we're going to see if jbmacmetrics understands metrics any better than the previous caller did. And hopefully we'll talk about something other than abortion and trans rights, because there's some big stuff going on. John Boy says I suck. Wow, what a wuss in the chat. Is he in the queue? Not even in the queue. What a coward. jbmacmetrics, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. You don't want to talk about trans anymore or abortion anymore. We can talk about the economy, when we get there. But a lot of conservatives want to outlaw transgender people in women's sports, but I disagree. I like transgender people in women's sports. You can win so much money on them. I want a bunch of money on Leah Thomas with her propeller in that pool.
I don't believe that you're a serious caller. I want you to turn your camera on if you want to stay on the show.
Turn my camera on. I've got no shirt on.
Go put a shirt on.
I'm not a real person.
I just don't think you're a serious caller. I just want to make sure that you're the type of person who thinks that that this is a sensible way to behave. Also, I mean, you're claiming that you won money on Leah Thomas. Did you bet on them tying for 5th place? What the fuck, dude? I guess he's going to put on a shirt.
That's the parlay I'm going to start taking.
All right, here he is.
Yeah, so I actually think that we should have transgender people in the military as well, because they're some of the meanest people on earth. They actually make pretty good soldiers, I think. Right? And second of all, transgender people love to do mass shootings.
I'm sorry. Do you need evidence for any of the things you're saying? Of the, 5,700 mass shootings that there's been in America in the last couple of decades, how many of them were done by trans individuals?
I didn't say that my argument wasn't that they've done the majority of them. I
didn't say that your argument is that you're doing the majority of them. I asked you a question, which is of the 5,700 or so that we've had in the last couple of decades, how many of them were done by trans people?
Sounds like you have that statistic in front of you. Go ahead.
I'm pulling it up. How many do you think the number is? It's 5,743 that happened between 2013 and 2025. How many of them were perpetrated by a person who was confirmed to be transgender or non-binary?
Go ahead.
I want you to guess.
I don't like to speculate. Go ahead.
But I want you to wager, how many digits do you think the answer is?
That's a good question. 3 with a decimal.
3 with a decimal. What do you mean 3 with a decimal?
Like 9.67.
You think that I'm sorry, there's an echo. Can you move your phone? I think it's proper.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and turn my camera off now.
Okay. That's fine. But yeah, just want to make sure that the echo is gone. Okay, so once again, from 2013 to 2025, there were 5,743 mass shootings. How many of them were perpetrated by trans people is the question, and your answer was 9 with a decimal? It's going to be an integer, buddy.
Yeah, so Also,
how many do you think were perpetrated by trans individuals?
I already said it.
You think 9?
Yeah.
Well, it was half that. About it's 5. Is that does that show that they are overrepresented or underrepresented among shooters?
So you're acceptable with 8 as long as we have like 5 mass shootings. That's acceptable to you. Is that your argument?
My question again is: does that number show that trans people are underrepresented or overrepresented among shooters?
It shows that transgender shootings happen.
Yes, they do. Yes,
and I think
yes, five of them.
So that's perfect for a military veteran. And on top of that, the suicide rate is incredibly high among transgender people. So we could just
said
use
a
them,
fucking word
like
I have
Taliban
to kick you
uses
for.
Suicide bombers. Right?
Stop!
So
wait! Stop saying the word. Stop! Listen! Shut your fucking mouth! You're gonna get the show deplatformed. I think we're allowed to say that word. The one that has to do with self-unaliving. Because I actually didn't get the queue up fast enough to kick you, but I really need you to not use that word because it's a violation of TikTok TOS to discuss that matter. So we can talk about self-unaliving. It's very silly, but I do just need you to listen to that. I also need you to demonstrate that you aren't a spineless motherfucker and answer my question. Are trans individuals overrepresented or underrepresented among shooters?
I think they're represented.
Are they underrepresented? Or are they over?
Under or over is beside the point.
It's not at all beside the point. Are they overrepresented or underrepresented?
What does that have to do with them being good for the military?
You claimed that they are responsible for shootings in a way that is concerning.
I claimed.
Are they underrepresented or overrepresented?
No, my claim was that.
Are they underrepresented or overrepresented?
My claim was that they are perfect for the military. I think we should have them in the military. I think we should have them in women's sports.
Dude, I'm not gonna platform you yapping over this. If they're okay. Do you think that we should be wary of men because almost all of these shootings were committed by men?
I think we should be weary of men.
I am not going to let you answer my questions with non sequiturs that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. It's not a conversation. If you want to spew a bunch of bullshit, you can point a camera at your face and upload the video for nobody to fucking watch. You're on my show trying to demonstrate to people that you are not a hateful bigot and that you actually care about data and statistics to make sure that we can make policies that actually protect people from shooting. And we are trying to figure out if trans people.
What we're trying to do is keep these gargoyles in dresses, some chicks with a dick coming into the bathroom and trying to pee next to or poop next to my girlfriend because that's disgusting.
You don't care about women and children. You're a monster. Not at all.
Oh, you want to? Let's talk about caring about women and children. So people hear me that I'm pro-life.
Are trans people over or underrepresented in this data? That is the question. You are not allowed to talk about anything other than the answer to that question until I hear it from you. With 5 trans shooters among 5,700 across 12 years of mass shootings studied, are trans individuals over or underrepresented?
I don't accept the premise of that question because
you are a lying motherfucker who does not care about data. You want to be hateful. It is fun for you to be harmful to these people. You are not allowed to move on until you answer the question. Given that they represent about 1% of the population, and we would expect a person who represents 1% of the population, if they had the same representation among shooters, we would expect that to be 57 among 5,700 because 5,700 is 100 times bigger than 57, and 1% is 100 times smaller than 100. So are they over or underrepresented given that they did 5 of them, not 57?
Cool. So you just proved that there's a lot less trans women than there are women. Great job.
No, that's not what I argued. You know that that's not what I argued. My audience knows that that's not what I argued. They are about 1% of the population, and they represent 0.1% of the shootings. That is an underrepresentation, and until you acknowledge it, we are not going to move on. I will spend the rest of our call trying to get you to acknowledge that, because if you are not willing to acknowledge what the numbers themselves say, there's no point in talking to you.
Acknowledge it. Yeah, those numbers that you cherry picked,
these are not cherry picked. This is all of the schools. This is all of the mass shootings over 12 years.
Okay, great. So, are you ready to move on?
No, because you have not acknowledged that trans shooters are under.
You found numbers that demonstrate a disproportion.
No, these are not cherry-picked numbers. These are all of the mass shootings across 12 years.
Now, are you ready to move on?
What you are conceding to is that transgender individuals are underrepresented by a factor of 10 in mass shootings.
Sure. All right, you ready to move on?
Say the words that transgender.
Yes, they're underrepresented. Ready to move on?
Say it. Say the whole thing. Say that transgender people are underrepresented among mass shooters.
So, okay, we can acknowledge that there are some control issues in this live, and yes,
I control my live very well. I'm controlling you right now and reminding you that you have to listen to me as host or run. And what's happening right now is that you are acknowledging in full plain English that transgender individuals are underrepresented among mass shooters. Don't say it over me. You're going to say it slowly and clearly for everybody after I'm done talking. Go.
Okay. Transgender people are underrepresented among mass shooters.
Slow down.
No.
Slow down.
No.
No, I don't care that you're trying to mumble it as fast as you can.
Why are you moving the goalpost? Why are you changing the...
Because if you cared about progressing in the conversation, you would satisfy my need to hear you say it clearly and slowly for everybody that transgender individuals are Don't talk over me. You are going to start after I finish. I will continue to yap until you stop yapping so we can get a good, clean soundbite of you admitting that transgender individuals are underrepresented by a factor of 10 among mass shooters.
Holy shit, another goalpost. Another
it's the same argument. I'm just going to keep grilling you on it if you want to move on.
Make it shorter.
I'm sorry, do you lack the attention span to talk about these important subject matters?
Nope, just make it shorter.
I'm not going to make it shorter. What you are admitting is that transgender individuals are underrepresented by a factor of 10 among mass shooters.
Transgender people are underrepresented by a factor of 10 amongst mass shooters. Now, are you ready to move on?
Now I'm ready to move on, yes.
Okay, great, because people hear that I'm pro-life and immediately say, well, Jacob, you want to control women. Sounds like you got a control issue. I don't. I can barely control one woman.
I'm not interested in pivoting over to abortion. Why are you...
I'm actually very pro-choice. I think you should have all kinds of choices. How about birth control, condoms, abstinence, adoption, keeping the baby? Hell, choose a man that owns a fucking car. There are choices everywhere. But Democrats get mad because I eventually run out of choices that involve killing someone.
Why did you pivot over to abortion? Are you afraid to continue talking about trans rights with me?
So, would you like to keep talking about...
The host has asked you a very direct question. Are you afraid to continue talking about trans rights with me? Is that why you pivoted to abortion?
Let's keep talking about trans because we're sick of trans people trying to invade women's spaces. These people have autogynephilia.
Who is we?
They're sexual perverts.
Who is we? Who is we? You said we. You said we are sick. At the beginning, you said we are sick. I don't know who we is. I'm not interested in what we are doing if we don't establish who we is. When you say we are sick, who is we in that sentence?
Yeah, it's the mentally ill people who are on hormones, who are on all kinds of pills, who are impulsive, and who do not belong in a women's restroom.
You are a mentally ill person who's on hormones? Because I asked who we was when you said it.
If some of you lesbians want to come and pee next to me,
stop talking and listen. I am controlling the conversation. I am in charge. It is my show. Sit the fuck down, young man, and listen. You said we are sick and tired. In that sentence, who is we?
The people that overturned the presidency and voted Donald Trump back into office. And one last thing that I want to say is that a lot of people are going to hear me and say, well, you're anti-LGBTQ. I want to say that that's impossible because I'm a Dallas Cowboys. I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan, so obviously I have a lot of gay pride.
Dude, I'm not impressed by your speed with which you're speaking. I'm unimpressed with the lack of content of what you're saying. We are fed up. Is we women?
Conservatives.
Okay, conservatives are upset about a non-issue.
Oh.
There's no demonstration that trans people are a danger to fucking anybody, and you know it.
Yeah, well, how about the bathroom bill? Was that an issue? Was that an actual bill that was trying to be passed? So is that
what danger do trans women present to women? What danger do trans people present to women?
You know, if some...
The question again...
No one you're right. No one cares if a bisexual woman comes in there and tries to use a pee funnel to, some ladyboy...
What danger do trans people present to women is the question.
No guy's going to be threatened by a trans woman.
Danger do trans people present to women?
Yeah, so they actually get satisfaction from going into these restrooms, looking under a stall. They're mentally ill. They're on hormones.
What is your evidence for that claim? Are you judging by how you would behave? Excuse me, sir. Are you judging how by you would behave in a women's restroom, which is that you would get perverted sexual pleasure from it? Or do you have evidence that that's happening with trans people?
No, we just don't let chicks with dicks into the ladies' restroom.
So I will ask again, what danger do trans people present to women?
Well, How about the represented mass shooters? Are they a danger?
They are underrepresented among mass shooters by a factor of 10. If we are to look at white mass shooters, we should be concerned about white males.
Okay, well, I'm just concerned that some people are
Once
here are
again,
think that
what danger do trans people represent to women?
Was there a representation of mass shooters amongst trans?
An underrepresentation by a factor of 10.
Yes or no?
An underrepresentation.
So what's the root word there? Under
representation.
Represented. Good job. Now,
yes,
the last thing
they are underrepresented by a factor of 10.
Okay, so
what danger do trans people present to women? Because they're so underrepresented among shooters, that suggests to me that if a person is in an elevator with a person who's trans, they are safer than if they were in an elevator with anybody else.
So let everybody know that you accept 5% of the mass shootings. That's okay with you.
No. Yep. Where did you get 5%?
That's acceptable to you.
Where did you get 5%?
That's what the representation you just touted
5 individuals among 5,700.
Okay, well, whatever that percentage is.
That's less than 0.01%.
So that's what you accept.
That's less than 0.1%, yeah.
Cool.
What danger do trans people present to women?
I'll answer your question as soon as you answer mine. You ready to move on yet?
What was your question?
Are you ready to move on, or are you still going to be like a whiny little
we are
baby?
not moving on from the question. What danger do trans people present to women? Or anybody for that matter?
Anybody else presents to somebody.
What?
The same danger potential danger that anybody else poses.
False. The only data that we've looked at shows that they are 10 times less dangerous than other people.
Okay, usually when you make a claim like that, you provide evidence.
I did. Of 5,743 mass shootings that were studied from 2013 to 2025, 5 of them were perpetrated by trans individuals. Trans individuals represent about 1% of the population, slightly less, and this is less than 0.1% of the population, which shows that they are underrepresented by a factor of 10, which I have been very clear on the entire time. Here's a pie chart showing how frequently trans people commit mass shootings. You can't see the red line of pixels in the middle of the screen here that shows how big this fucking slice is. Let's see. Can I open this image in a new tab? Let's see. Oh, it's not an image. It's just a vector graphic. Can't zoom. Yeah, you can't even see the red sliver. So I will ask one more time. What danger do trans people present to women or anybody for that matter?
You know who is an actual threat or who is under threat? It's babies by their Democrat parents.
The question again, what danger do trans people present to anybody?
Well, if the transgender is still in the womb and they're in the womb of a Democrat, then they're definitely in danger.
What danger do trans people present to anyone?
People? Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to abortion.
What danger do trans people present to anyone?
The same danger that anybody else poses to people.
Actually, no. According to the only data that we have looked at today, they are not just as dangerous as other people. They are 10 times less dangerous than other people. Do you have any evidence that suggests otherwise?
Okay, you're going to these proportionality, points, but there's still a present danger. Whether it's a certain number or above it or beneath it is irrelevant to me. Are you ready to talk about abortion?
It's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. Why are you concerned with the least dangerous subcohort of mass shooters?
That's because I care about a lot of things. I care about the tiniest humans. And abortion is one of the only issues that the English language completely changes depending on whether the mother is
present
happy.
to anyone?
If she wants
what
the baby,
danger do trans people present to anyone? That is the question. We are not moving on. What danger do trans people present to literally anyone?
All right, if I have to repeat this answer for the 4th time, maybe it's time to go.
Are you going to run away from the question? What danger do trans people present to society?
Are you going to run from the abortion debate because you want to beat this dead horse?
That's adorable. Get some baby bottles in the chat for the guy who thinks that it's a pivot for me to not let him pivot. What danger do trans people present to anybody?
The same dangers.
No, we looked at mass shooting data and found them to be more than 10 times less dangerous than other people.
You said what danger? Think about your question. What danger?
Mm-hmm.
The same dangers of anybody else, the same potential harms that anybody else can face.
No, we looked at some data and we suggested that the data suggests that it's not the same and that they are in fact 10 times less dangerous than other people. Any group of people presents a danger.
You didn't say how much danger. You said what danger. So think about your question for a second.
Uh-huh.
Good. So are you realizing
is flying in a plane more dangerous than driving in a car?
I don't know.
It's much safer. Do planes sometimes crash?
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that planes are unsafe and they present a danger to society?
When you have sex, you sometimes get pregnant.
I'm sorry. I am not going to let you pivot to abortion. Should we not allow planes to fly because sometimes they crash, even though they're safer?
Should we not allow sex?
I am not going to let you pivot to abortion. It's not going to work. My attention span's longer than yours. I do this every fucking day. I talk to assholes like yourself every single day. I know what's going on in your brain. I can hear the fucking cope. I can hear what's going on in your frontal lobe when you get so fucking gagged that you can't answer it. I am not going to allow you to pivot to abortion. Answer the question. Should we ground all flights because sometimes they crash, even though they are safer than cars?
Should we ban all guns?
I am not interested in you answering my question with a question. It is a clear yes or no. You know the answer. The audience knows the answer. The longer you avoid the answer, the worse you look to the audience. Admit it so we can move on. Yes or no? Should we? Yes or no? Should we ground planes? Stop talking over me. Answer after I am done asking my question again, because the viewership turns over, and I need to remind everybody of the question that you're avoiding. The question again is, because planes crash sometimes, should we ground them all, even though they are less dangerous than every other mode of transport? No, that's correct. That'd be very silly. So why are you at all concerned with the grossly underrepresented group of trans people who have committed mass shootings? Because they underrepresent a lot of things. You're concerned about a lot of things. You're concerned about a lot of things. You're concerned about a lot of things. Why is this one of the things that you're concerned about instead of one of the larger and more disproportionately dangerous groups we could look at?
Because I am. I don't have to justify that to you.
Yes, you do. That's what people do. They call into my show and they justify their beliefs. If you're not able to justify my beliefs, then you've served your purpose by demonstrating that your beliefs cannot be justified because they're bigoted and wrong. The whole point is justifying your beliefs. That's why people hit the call button. That's what we do here. Welcome to the show.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
You're going to run?
No.
So tell me what danger trans people present to society.
The same dangers of everybody else.
They don't. It's 10 times less represented. Why are you interested in trans people at all, given that they are so much less dangerous than other people?
They're still dangerous. There's still potential.
Okay. There's potential for you to be a danger that is greater than a trans person. Should I take your rights away?
No.
Why not?
No, I'm not saying you can be trans. Be trans. I don't give a shit, but just don't have trans women go into the ladies' restroom.
Would you prefer that trans people go into their gendered the bathroom that is in accordance with their chromosomes?
They can just come into the men's restroom.
Okay, what do you want?
Chromosomes matter now.
What do you want? I'm asking you about what your beliefs are. I asked a question.
So chromosomes make a person a person? Is that what you're saying?
No, I asked a question about your beliefs. I asked, do you want people to go only? Do you want only people with XY chromosomes to go into the men's room and only XX to go into?
That's all you do. It seems like all you do is ask questions, and then you don't really have any argument. You just like to ask questions.
I wouldn't have to ask my questions as many times if you gave me answers. So answer my question: is your belief, is your position that a person should go into the men's room only if they have XY chromosomes, and somebody should go into the women's room only if they have XX chromosomes?
Because we're not. So I don't really feel threatened by them. They can all come into the men's restroom. If a chick with a dick wants to come and pee next to me, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, I want you to answer my question, which is that do you think that a person who has XY chromosomes should go into the men's room and a person who has XX chromosomes should go into the women's room? I got a guest violation warning. Let's see, flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior. I have to remove you for that reason. Please call back in another time. You're very entertaining. What an asshole. My goodness. If you enjoy the way I handle those assholes, you can go to the link tree in my bio and find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, which are the ways to directly support the show in ways that that aren't the free ways. The free ways are just following me on all the other platforms. I'm actually, before I read the donations, going to pop over to YouTube and see if we're over 9,000 yet. We might be. Let's see. Oh, not quite. 89.65. Can we get over 9,000 by the end of the stream? That'd be sick. 35 of you go subscribe to me on YouTube. Link tree in the bio. Also find that Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Because David did that. He sent me $5 to say, hey, guess we probably wouldn't have gotten to this question yet, but what danger do trans people present to anyone? Yeah. Good question, David. I really wish I knew the answer. Melanie sent $5 to say, it's disturbing to see the number of unhealed men that want to control women. Guest is far more dangerous than any trans person. Absolutely agree. What a monster he is. Tavi Badir sent $5 to say, breaking news. Caller discovers gun crimes happen in a society with gun violence. Yeah, no shit. Mr. Oz sent $5 to say, hi, Oscar. I've been listening to you going on 3 months now, and I love your content. Keep going strong, my friend. Appreciate you very much. AJ says, bro, plowing some snow now. Yep. Elisa Viper sent $5 to say, there was a mass shooter named Oscar once. I'm sorry, Oscar. You're not allowed to own guns now. See, now you're thinking like a Republican. I appreciate you very much for that. Got to keep people safe. Yeah, I mean, those white men, so dangerous, aren't they? Aren't we? What is this gift? It's so weird. Thank you for the $2. I think that's what I get when you send me that is $2. Thanks. It's kind of disruptive of the show. Not as disruptive as when they had it so loud it was deafening people. Like, that was, dude, I have trauma about that. I get so scared when I hear the song start. I'm like, oh, is it gonna happen? It's gonna damage my fucking hearing. $3 from Kevin. Guest definitely unknowingly hooked up with a trans woman once, and they started to get down below the waist, and he realized he was uncomfortable with the fact that he liked it, so he became a bigot. A tale as old as time. You know what? I have about as much proof of that as I do that guy had about trans people being dangerous, so I think that we can assert that as truth. He very obviously hooked up with a trans woman, got his feelings hurt about it, and has gone on a hateful tirade since then. Anyway, look at that. Some people are going to subscribe on YouTube. I appreciate that. Oh, can we look at the metrics? They gave us new metrics, right? Because we had, let's see. Where was it? Because it tells you now how many people watching on TikTok are following, but I don't know where the statistics are. Play together, fan club, gift gallery, live events, promote, live incentives, polls, and no, I don't know where it is. Somebody who knows what they're doing, tell me in the chat how do I get that up on the screen. Blancs sent $5 to say, caller is worried about people doing weird things in bathrooms. Wait till he hears about this crazy group called Republican lawmakers. Yeah, fucking wild what they're up to. We're going to talk to Matt Jr., and we're going to see if we have a meaningful conversation with him or if he's just another bigot who doesn't know how to do math.
Amity, thanks for the hat and mustache.
Thank you. How old are you, Matt?
What up, Matt? 18.
You a Trump supporter?
No, I'm a friendly. If you can't do friendlies right now, I get it.
Yeah, not taking friendlies right now. I think we got a high energy stream. We want to keep the energy up.
Did you check all your donations?
Did I check Buy Me a Coffee? I probably forgot. No, I didn't. I did forget to check, but there aren't any new ones, so we're in the clear. Let's talk to Mayor Amina. See what they want to talk about. Hopefully not fucking trans rights again. Hello. How old are you?
18.
I'm sorry, I don't believe you. I think the TikTok TOS is going to catch me on that one. Hueve, I think is how this is pronounced. Maybe they can let me know how it's pronounced after they tell me how old they are. How old are you? Oh, there he is.
Yo, I'm 21.
21. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I support his abortion laws, immigration. Do not fuck with the trannies. That's about that.
That's a slur. Try again another day. We're going to talk to Nathan. See if Nathan lasts 8 seconds on my show because he starts off with a fucking slur. How old are you?
19.
I need you to turn off the background noise.
Well, I'm a heavy equipment operating system.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to call back when you're not operating some heavy equipment. There's 1,500 people watching, sir. Big Chungus. Where's my Big Chungus? Where's Merlin? I got a Big Chungus running around here somewhere. One of my cats is a Big Chungus. How old are you?
Hey, Oscar, I just want to apologize for the other day.
I don't remember who you are. I'm sorry.
The MAGA 2028?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, just want to apologize and wish you a good day.
Thank you. Yeah, please stop spreading that rhetoric. It's harmful. Ing King Nam. I think that's the way NG is pronounced, is Ing. I used to have a teacher whose last name was Ing. Anyway. I think that's the way it's pronounced. Are they going to connect? We shall see. W guess for apologizing, though. I do appreciate
also,
that.
Merlin, the cat you were looking for, has been peacefully curled by my feet for this entire stream.
Look at that, Chungus.
Adorable.
Like a black hole sitting on the floor.
I took a bunch of pictures. I'll throw them in the Discord.
I don't think that Kim Nam is connecting. We're going to move on. Look at that. We had such a full queue, and now it's going to be empty. Yumurti. Hello. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because of his abortion laws.
Why, dude?
Like, I don't believe we should kill a future human, but...
Why not?
I don't support him.
Why not?
100%.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why would you want to kill a human?
If the mother wants to abort the pregnancy, I think that that's reasonable, considering that in the first trimester, when most of these abortions happen, the unborn doesn't have what I would call personhood. They don't have rights, as far as I'm concerned. They don't have suffering. They don't have phenomenology. So I don't consider it ethically weighty at all whether or not they are terminated. I just think that's the woman's decision.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying a fetus is a human. A fetus is in a woman's womb, not a human, but they will be a human soon. So we shouldn't be killing a future human that will have our own life that can make society a better place.
But why? Whose rights are you protecting by doing that?
Future humans.
Right. I could imagine a person who might start existing if I had sex with a person and they became pregnant and I had a baby. I could instead not have sex with that person, and that would prevent a future person from existing. Is that wrong?
No, because a future human does not exist at the moment. You're killing
but I'm only
that will be a future human.
Right, but I'm only concerned with whether or not a being that can suffer will suffer. So the idea that somebody would suffer in the future if they developed the ability to is just not important to me. Who given that we in the case of an abortion that person never exists, whose rights are being protected?
A future humans that I think that will be a future human.
But it's nonsense. But it's nonsense to suggest that we should protect the rights of future humans, because we could argue that of all the sperm in my body and all the eggs in a woman's body, all of them could match up to be a potential person, and it's really disrespectful to all those potential people for me to jerk off in the shower because I send them down the drain instead of sending them to their other half that would make them the person they're going to be. So that reasoning doesn't work for me. Why is that of ethical importance to you?
No, but that thing doesn't exist anymore. That logic is stupid. But what's so special? What's so special about conception that it changes ethically how we are concerned about the sperm and the egg just because they're in the same place all of a sudden? Because it has already happened. There is a future human if we don't do anything to.
There's a future human in both. There's a future human in both cases.
No, there isn't a future human in both cases. One doesn't exist right now.
The sperm and the egg pair do exist. They're just in the man and the woman before sex. After sex, they're both in the woman. What difference does it make ethically?
Dude, can you let me talk?
Please.
So, if you do nothing right now, you're not pregnant, or any woman is not pregnant right now. If you do nothing, there won't be a future human. But there is a fetus in the woman's womb that will be a future human.
Why does that matter?
Because a future human can be good for society.
Why does that? They can be bad for society. They could be a serial killer. Why does that matter?
Yeah, there's a more chance that it will be valuable to society than it will be bad for society. There are more doctors, engineers, and other important jobs than serial killers in the world. So
I don't think that those are two fair examples, because of course there's more doctors than there are serial killers, but I think there's more freeloaders that need medical care than doctors. So your argument doesn't really hold up there. But once again, you could say that about a person who decides not to have sex. Shouldn't everybody be trying as hard as they can to make as many of these potential people happen? Because if we have their rights to respect, I just think the whole thing is nonsense.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you don't do anything right now, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I have a girlfriend.
Yeah, if you don't do anything right now, she won't become magically pregnant. So you won't be doing anything to stop a future human. But if you abort a baby, you will do something that will.
Why is that of ethical importance to you?
Bro, I'm saying that it's the same as killing a just newborn.
No, it's not. Newborns can suffer.
No, if you kill, for example, if you kill a newborn, shoot it in the head, will it suffer?
I think that people can have their lives ended in ways that aren't all that difficult, but I think that we recognize the urge that sentient beings have to stay alive, and it's a violation of that urge if we kill them, even in a way that's painless. But that urge doesn't exist in a first trimester fetus, and that's the only thing I'm interested in defending is when somebody has the will to live. And I think that babies, even though there's not much going on in their head, I think they do have the will to live. I think they have consciousness. I think ending consciousness is what's bad to do.
But can you prove that babies have a will to survive?
I can prove that fetuses that are in the first trimester don't have consciousness, and that after about 20 or 24 weeks they might have consciousness. And because they might have consciousness, and what I'm concerned about is consciousness, then at that point I'm not okay with abortions unless they're medically necessary to save the life of the mother, or for some other such like medically permissible reasons.
Well, I support aborting a baby if it will make your life more difficult.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather allow 1,000 abortions to happen or shoot a baby in the face?
You got me there. I would, but if
would you rather?
Am I doing the aborting?
Would you rather allow 10,000 abortions to happen or shoot a baby in the face?
Am I doing the abortions?
You would do the abortions instead?
Hi, no. I'm asking you. Am I doing the abortions in this case? Because
it doesn't matter who's doing them.
Baby. What?
It doesn't matter who's doing them. You just get to decide. A man in the other room is going to do it.
I'm not shooting the baby or aborting the fetus, right?
He's got a handgun in one hand and a jar full of abortion pills in the other, and there's a line of women who want abortions, and you get to decide if he's going to shoot a baby in the face or if he's going to give 1,000 women the pills they need to have an abortion. What do you want him to do?
So this is not a fair comparison. You're asking me if I would want to kill a baby or kill 10,000 unwanted fetuses. If 10,000 women want to birth their babies and there's one parent that don't want their kids killed, obviously, I would rather choose the baby one. I would rather shoot the baby.
You would rather shoot the baby in the face than let 10,000 women who want an abortion receive one?
No, I am not saying that. I would rather shoot a baby than I would kill 10,000 fetuses. It's not that I would kill...
So yes, you would allow a baby to be shot in the face to prevent 10,000 abortions from happening.
It's not about that. The fair comparison would be either give 10,000 abortions or shoot a baby in the face that the parents doesn't want.
Okay. So would you rather? Okay, we can try that one, Mr. Goalpost Mover. Let's propose that's what it is. 10,000 abortions allowed, or there's a couple parents who are overwhelmed, thinking, "Man, I wish I didn't have this baby," and you get to shoot that baby in the face. Which do you do?
I would shoot the baby.
You're a fucking danger to society, buddy.
No, bro. 10,000 future lives would be better. The parents will let that kid die anyways. If parents don't want that kid they're statistically more likely to die before turning to age 18.
Yeah, statistically more likely. They couldn't possibly be put up for abortion for adoption, right?
No, they could be put up for abortion, but most of the people don't even get adopted. So they at 18
right,
they get kicked out of abortion.
I'm trying to so you would shoot a baby in the face to prevent 10,000 women from getting an abortion?
No. I would rather shoot a baby that the parents doesn't want than let 10,000 abortions.
Sure, we can throw that weird little asterisk that makes you feel better about the type of psychopath that you are. We can say that the baby was unwanted if that makes you feel better about shooting it in the face. But you would shoot the baby in the face to prevent 10,000 abortions from happening.
Yeah, because in the future that baby will probably die before turning to age 18 or will live in the streets.
Do you think that more than half of children who aren't wanted as infants die before the age of 18?
No, they either die before the age of 18 or more likely they will get thrown out of adoption centers at 18 and live on the streets.
Right, and that's what's going to happen to the 10,000 babies who weren't aborted, is they're going to be unwanted because their mothers wanted to abort them.
Yeah, you got me there. But you see, the main point of what I'm saying is that everyone should be able to live. That fetus will become a baby. Maybe become
when
a
you
doctor
say
or
twice in a
engineer.
row that I got you there, how are you able to move on from that?
Yeah, because that's not really a fair comparison. That doesn't make any sense. Shoot a baby. Why would I shoot a baby?
Because to save, it is a trolley problem. You're saving 10,000 infants from abortion, is the way that you're looking at it, by shooting one in the face. You think that's ethically reasonable. You think that makes the world a better place if you shoot the baby in the face than if you let the 10,000 women get abortions.
I wouldn't shoot a baby. Why would you even say that? That's not my point.
Forced to choose. Like, you wake up and the guy, like the Saw mask guy, is on the stroller. He's like, do you want to play a game? To play this game, you have to get out of this room by choosing either to shoot this baby in the face or allow 10,000 women to have abortions. Like, that's how you're going to get out of the room. You got to choose. Like, which do you choose?
Yeah, I can understand that what you're saying, but it's not even something normal.
What?
Like that. By the way, that's not my point. Every life is important to me, but those lives in women's womb are important too. They will become future humans. Maybe
you would shoot the baby in the face to prevent the 10,000 abortions, right?
Yeah, sure. If the parents don't want it.
I don't know why you keep adding that on there. So you wouldn't shoot the baby in the face if the parents did want it in order to prevent 10,000 abortions. Does that change your answer?
Yes.
So you wouldn't shoot the baby in the face if the parents wanted it, but you would shoot the baby in the face if the parents didn't want it.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like you are interested in protecting the will of the parents when it comes to infanticide, but not the unborn.
Bro, you see, that child will probably have a really bad future with those
right, and you are creating that future for 10,000 people by preventing those abortions.
No, not 10,000. At least like a few 1,000, 2,000 of those babies.
That's where I was going to go next. So let's say that the parents don't want the baby, so you're willing to shoot the baby in the face to prevent 10,000 abortions. Would you do it to prevent 1,000 abortions?
No.
You wouldn't. So the number of abortions that you need to prevent to make you comfortable shooting a living born baby in the face that parents don't want it is somewhere between 1,000 and 10,000. Am I hearing correctly?
Yeah, sure. Let's say it like that.
Okay. So it sounds to me like you think that the life of an unborn is somewhere between 1 and 10,000 times less important than that of an already born child.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So when you say that you value all human life equally, you did say that earlier, right?
What?
You said earlier that you value all human life, that you'd consider it murder to kill an unborn child, right?
Yes.
It's not equal, though. It's about 1,000 or 10,000 times different.
Yeah, but
who are you to say? Who are you to say that those unborn are 1 to 10,000 times less valuable than an infant that's been born? I'm at least consistent in saying that at some point in our development, each of us gets the lights flipped on and we become one person. You get one vote. A person who kills you gets one murder charge. You know, like there's something that we all get one of. We get one seat on the bus, right? Like that sort of thing. That happens to everybody. And I think before that, you are 0 people. And after that, you are 1 person. That's consistent. Where the fuck are you reckoning from the armchair that somebody earlier on is 1 to 10,000 times less valuable than somebody later on?
It's because I'm looking at society at large. 10,000 fetuses that will be aborted. That's like maybe hundreds of them will be doctors, maybe hundreds of them will be engineers, and will be very beneficial to society. But at 1,000...
But the people who are not wanted by their parents are disproportionately bad for society because they are the people who grow up and are disproportionately dependent on welfare programs and those very doctors that you were talking about. These are people who are not going to be born into good school systems. It's not people with good socioeconomic backgrounds who are deciding to abort their pregnancies. It's not people who are likely to raise doctors. The group of people who become members of society, if we don't allow their parents to get abortions, are people who are a drain on society.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving them only 1%. 1% of them, hundreds, maybe 100 of them will be doctors. maybe 100 of them will be engineers. They will be very beneficial to society.
But their existence will be a net drain on society, is what I'm saying.
No, but they will be. Most of them will be maybe homeless. Maybe some of them will get adopted. Maybe some of them will be killers. But more statistically, they will be more beneficial to society than be bad for the society.
Why do you think that? Are you just guessing?
No, I mean,
I'm making a little bit of an assumption, which is that I'm saying that if we were to measure how useful somebody is to society in some comprehensive way, where we could say that if you have a score of 1, that makes you a net neutral member of society, where you pull your own weight. Maybe if you're a heart surgeon and you're saving lots of people with heart surgeries, we could say that you get a score of 2 or 3 because you're like really pulling your weight. But maybe you're dependent on some state programs and you don't work a very meaningful job and you're kind of just barely replacing yourself. Like maybe that's somebody who gets a score of 0.5. All I'm arguing is that if you let those 10,000 people whose mothers would have aborted them early in the first term become members of society, they're people who are just, if we were to find a way to operationally define a person's value to society, they're people who would score lower on average than other members of society, thus dragging society down.
So, with your logic, what point would you give to a homeless person? 1?
Well, I think one of the things that's really important about living in a world that's fair to us is that there are a lot of areas where we just don't actually consider the way a person affects society, and we just give them 1. Voting, for example. Everybody gets 1 vote regardless of how important you are. So
I think what point would you give to a homeless person?
1.
1, yeah, right. So most of those kids, those 10,000 fetuses, will not be serial killers. They are
no, but what you're not understanding about the way that I score it is that every single one of those 10,000 first trimester fetuses gets a score of 0, and the baby that you're willing to shoot in the face with a handgun yourself to protect those 10,000 gets a score of 1. So it's 1 versus 0. You're committing 1 more murder to save no one, is the way that I look at it.
They, in those fetuses wait a year, and they will become 10,000.
But at the time the abortions happen, in my system, their score is 0. That's 0 people.
Why would it be 0?
Because they lack sentience.
So, do you think a person in school gets a point of 0 too?
No, they get 1.
Why?
Because they're sentient.
No, you said points based on what you get, what you benefit for society.
I said if we were to weigh societal cost, we'd have to look at a person's entire life. And what I'm saying is that we get to decide whether or not that entire life is going to happen before, I think, in the meaningful way I'm describing, starts.
Yeah. So any alive person, if they don't do anything to society, you would give them a point of 1, right?
I'm saying that when it comes to things like voting or whether or not you can be murdered and like whether or not it's murder for somebody to unjustifiably kill you, you get 1. You get 1 life. You get 1 personhood. I'm saying that I don't think that fetuses have any personhood until pretty late in the gestation period. And I think that a baby has 1. I think you have 1. I think I have 1. I think everybody gets 1. That's the way it should be.
But didn't you just say a surgeon should have a point of 2 or 3 because they're really pulling their weight?
These are different
right?
things. These are different metrics. I recognize that some people don't pull their weight. I'm okay with that. I'm saying that everybody should get 1 when it comes to rights. But if we were to measure somebody's influence on society, it gets a little more hairy than that. You're just comparing 2 different metrics about a person that we're both hypothesizing.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying the first thing that you said. Not everybody in society is same, right? Some people get more points based on how beneficial they are to society.
If we're measuring how beneficial to society somebody is, yes, some people are more beneficial to society than others.
Okay. So what point would you give to a homeless person?
I'd have to know more about that because I'd have to look at a person's entire life to determine how meaningful they were to society. I think that, like separately, my issue with people who are underperforming in terms of that type of metric, if you are a drain on society in some way, I'm in favor of programs, even if they're a little bit expensive, that make it so that a person isn't as much a drain on society, which is why I'm in favor of things like SNAP benefits. Because they take people who score low in that sort of way, and they give them the support they need to make themselves into a person who scores more highly, and then across their entire lifetime, they can be productive members of society, and that's really good.
No, but you're avoiding the question. What would you give to a homeless person who has been homeless since he was 18 or she was 18 and now is 60 years old?
Probably something less than 1 in that way of scoring.
Less than 1, right? And what would you give to a student?
Potentially more than 1.
Why?
Because they're preparing to do.
Why is that? What?
Because somebody who's learning has a chance of being productive for society. Somebody who's caught up in homelessness probably doesn't. Again, what does this have to do with abortion?
Yeah, so you see, when those future humans
we're sitting
are
here,
born,
we're sitting here talking. We're sitting here trying to Philbro measure the utility of a person, which I think is dangerous to do for a bunch of other reasons. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to the fact that you didn't know what the score is for any of those people who weren't going to be born. Like some of them could have been Hitler, some of them could have been Mozart. Doesn't like whatever. They're just people.
But you're giving really, really dumb answers. How some of them could be Hitler? What's that? That's our stupid argument.
I think what we're mixing up here is that I value. What you're really averse to here is that I value everybody's life as 1. Everybody gets 1. That's what I want. I want our system to reflect that everybody gets a fair shot, and that's 1. That's why we get 1 vote. How many persons are you? You are 1 person. I don't think that a fetus in the first trimester is a person, so I don't ascribe them the rights of personhood. So I don't consider it murder for the mother to terminate the pregnancy. Like, that's where we are. But you're so interested in stack ranking the benefit of humans that you want to get me to ascribe numerical scores to how useful a homeless person is, and that's just fucked up, dude.
No, it's not. If there's a train coming and there are 2 paths, would you kill a homeless person or a doctor?
Oh, dude. Fuck. I think if it's 1-to-1, if I don't have personhood to go by, dangerous answer, but I might kill the homeless person instead of the doctor. But if it was 2 homeless persons instead of 1 doctor, I might kill the doctor. That's probably what the doctor would want me to do.
Well, we gotta agree to disagree then, because I would kill 2 homeless people to save a doctor, because a doctor can save much, much more.
How many homeless people would you kill to save a doctor?
I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head.
Why are you asking me to give you a number that ranks how valuable I think people are, when I'm just trying to say that we should assume it's 1 for everybody because that's the best sort of society to live in?
I'm not asking you to give me a number.
Yes, you were. You were asking me very specifically what number I would. No, stop talking. It's not time for you to talk. It's time for me to talk and remind you that yes, you did ask me to ascribe a number to homeless people. You did it 3 minutes ago. We talked about measuring a person's utility to society, and you asked me numerically what score I would give a homeless person. Why just now, when presented with how horrible a thing that was for you to do, did you say that you didn't do that? Because you obviously did.
No, I didn't ask you to give a homeless person a big score,
you asked me to give them a score.
0 or more than 1, because you said wait. You said you would give a doctor a score of 3 when a normal person would get a score of 1. You started this argument.
Yeah.
Don't try to make it sound like I started this.
Yeah, but what my point is that you shouldn't use how much utility a person has to society to determine whether or not it is at all murder to unalive them, to kill them. And I think that what we should look at is personhood, which you either get a score of 1 or 0 as far as personhood goes. That's the only score I'm interested in when it comes to whether or not what unaliving a person is murdering or not. And I just don't think that fetuses are people that early on.
But then why did you say that you would give a score of 3 to a doctor, a score of 5 to a general surgeon?
Because I wasn't talking about personhood. I was talking about utility to society. And it's obvious that some people...
right now, I'm not talking about personhood either. I'm talking about beneficial to society or not. You said 1 is non-beneficial, but it's not bad for society either. And more than 1 is beneficial, right? And I'm saying that those 10,000 fetuses...
But the unborn fetuses are just random people.
Yeah.
Who I think, the only reason I brought up a person's utility to society is that one of the side effects of banning abortion and making all those people be born is that I think it's pretty reasonable to expect them to be people who have a lower utility to society because they're born into homes that didn't want them. And that could mean any number of things. That could mean that the mother was addicted to substances that are going to give them neurodevelopmental disorders. That could mean that they don't have the time and space to make sure the child gets cared for properly, so they end up being neglected and not getting educated or properly or getting good nutrition. And those are all things that across a lifetime make make a person's utility to society lower because they're far less likely to become a doctor if they have those sorts of problems in their childhood. So I'm saying that you don't even have this like societal utility argument on your side. The only thing that I don't care about the societal utility of a person who hasn't been born yet. I don't care about the societal utility of a fetus that might become a person I care about. The only thing I care about is personhood, which you either get 1 or 0 on that score. And I think that first trimester fetuses get 0, and later on you get 1 at some point where your brain flickers on. You keep telling me that my reasoning about that 1 and 0 is based on the utility to society, which is a different measurement, which by the way is like I use some random numbers just to say this number is bigger than that number. But I have no fucking way to measure somebody's utility to society, and neither do you.
Yeah, no one has, but everyone, if you ask anyone in the world, they would save the doctor instead of the homeless person. That means everyone have this different scores of being alive.
I'm happy to admit that if there's a tie when it comes to personhood, this person versus that person, I can start looking at other things, and I can say, I would probably, like, here's an easy one, 90-year-old on the tracks versus 9-month-old on the tracks. Pretty straightforward. I would hope that the 90-year-old would be okay with me sacrificing them to save a baby, a born baby that you would shoot in the face to prevent 10,000 abortions. Because for everybody who's joined in the last couple minutes, this is a caller who said that he would shoot a baby in the face to prevent 10,000 abortions from happening.
By the way, I didn't just say I would shoot a baby in the face. I would let someone shoot a unwanted baby, then let 10,000 abortions happen.
Oh, but you would let the murders happen if you had to get your hands dirty to fix it? Do you think that makes it better?
I wouldn't do 10,000 abortions with my own hands either. You said that abortions are being done by a random person, but you're asking me if I would shoot a baby. No, I wouldn't shoot a baby.
The fact that your answer is different based on whether or not you have to pull the trigger yourself suggests to me that you're letting your decisions in this thing be controlled by emotions, which is probably why you shouldn't have any important job that has to do with people's lives.
Because every human is controlled by emotions. You can't just say you... What?
I think that you're,
what did you say? I didn't hear.
Yeah, well, I was about to say that because you make these decisions with emotions, you shouldn't make important decisions for people, much less whether or not a woman should get an abortion.
No,
you just said that all of these decisions get made by emotions, and what I'm saying is that there are some things that I believe that I myself am a little unhappy and uncomfortable with because they're the necessary conclusion of what the data suggests is reasonable, what the empirical evidence suggests is reasonable.
Yeah,
because I actually believe
if I had to shoot a baby. But you're saying that I have to shoot the baby and a doctor will do the 10,000 abortions. I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to kill a baby. I'm not a fucking sociopath. But if I had to do 10,000 abortions kill a baby,
but in the example, it was just a jar of abortion pills. So yeah, you could do both. I'm going to hand you the gun and I'm going to hand you the jar of abortion pills, and there's 10,000 women in a line. You're either going to hand out the abortion pills or shoot a baby in the face. Which do you do?
If I had, but that's not the same comparison. The same comparison would be if I had to do abortions myself or shoot a baby. Unfortunately, I would have to do it. But
have to do what?
If I had to kill the baby.
So you would shoot the baby in the face instead of giving the 10,000 women the abortion pill?
No, not the abortion pill. I'm saying about the abortion surgery.
Why does the method make a difference to you?
If I had to do... Because it's
I'm making it easy for you. All you have to do is give them the pill. That's the example that we've been looking at the whole time. You have a jar of abortion pills and 10,000 women lined up who want abortions. They're in the first trimester. Their fetuses don't have sentience yet. They don't have consciousness. As far as I'm concerned, they don't have personhood. The way that I look at ethics and rights, they don't have rights yet. They're as far as I'm concerned, they're a block of wood. I can split a block of wood in half and burn it in a fire because the block of wood doesn't have sentience.
Have you ever watched an abortion video?
Once again, you have a jar of 1,000 or 10,000 abortion pills, and you have a gun, and you're going to shoot a baby in the face.
Answer my question. Yeah, have you ever watched an abortion video?
I'm not squeamish. It doesn't affect my thinking about this.
Do you think in those videos? No, I'm just saying something. Do you think in those videos that baby, that fetus is not just doing anything? That's not a block of wood. That's a person. And if you watch that video,
if they're younger than 20,
recommend every single person should watch.
You are trying to tell me how I would feel having seen a video That I've seen. I have seen the sort of videos that circulate trying to fearmonger people into thinking that it's ethically defensible.
I'm not talking about that. I am saying that no, you compared a fetus to a block of wood because it's not the same.
Ethically, they're the same to me.
Why?
Because neither have sentience.
And why would a baby neither have sentience? When you give a baby an abortion, inject something in its spine, the baby literally crawls around looking for its mother to hold something.
I'm sorry.
It's trying to.
I'm sorry. What? What disinformation are you spreading on my show? Are you suggesting that there's an abortion procedure that causes the fetus to try to escape the womb to find its mother? That is made up nonsense. Who told you that?
No, I didn't say it tries to escape the womb. It crawls around. It crawls around the womb trying to hold something. If you want, you can open an abortion video right now.
I don't believe what you're saying, that these babies are crawling out and trying to escape and see their mother. What the fuck are you talking about?
I just said that I didn't do that. They move around the womb. That's what I'm saying. I said that they don't try to escape the uterus. They move in the womb.
Yeah, I don't care about movement.
Move their hands trying to hold something.
I care about. You're ascribing intent to action, which is a dangerous thing to do. I'm only interested in sentience. I'm not interested that their muscles are working, that like there's some movement in the womb. That's not that doesn't weigh.
Abortion video right now, so we can show everybody what happens.
I don't think I can show it to everybody. It's probably medical gore that's against TikTok TOS. But once again, I am aware that there are certain abortion procedures where what comes out of the woman has fingers, has arms, has legs. I'm aware of that. I don't care about any of that. I only care about sentience. And I'm able to divorce my feelings about what I'm seeing from what I understand about the ethics of this. And it's important to be able to do that in order to make ethical decisions that aren't based on feelings. You got to do that because people make ethical decisions on feelings, come up with all sorts of dangerous nonsense.
I'm not making things from feeling. I'm just saying the comparison.
Why do you want me to? Why do you want to show? Why do you want to show this video to everybody?
Because I want everybody to see what happens in the womb to the baby. It tries to hold something for comfort, literally.
No, I don't think that. When you say that it tries, that's intent. That's a plan. Oh my God, I want comfort. I'm going to try to do this and get the comfort that I need. It is nonsense to suggest that because there's a grasping reflex that's what's happening. I also. Actually, the medical professional sitting on the other side of the room just put in the text box that she uses to feed me stuff during the show. She says grip reflex. Yes, the grip reflex is not sentience. That's and I'm only concerned about sentience.
Well, we have to disagree on that one too, because 10,000 fetuses. That 10,000 fetuses will grow out to be humans.
Back to the beginning, dude. You said you already told me you would shoot a baby in the face to prevent 10,000 abortions, and now you're here trying to like get me to feel emotionally about those fetuses, even though I'm demonstrating pretty clearly I'm capable of divorcing my emotions and asking the straightforward question: do they have sentience? Because if they do, then I give them personhood. You're not going to get around that with me. There's nothing you can tell me about fetuses. And I do believe you're probably watching some misinformation. A lot of those videos that show you like that they have fingers and hands and grasping reflexes and stuff, they'll just lie to you about how far along it was. They'll say that it was 12 weeks when it was actually closer to 30 or something like that. Like these sources are totally dishonest about this stuff.
Well, I might be the wrong one on that one because I saw videos telling that it was trying to reach for something, but aside from that, 10,000 fetuses, most of them will not become beneficial to society, but most of them will be neutral to society.
I think I gotta move on. We've come full circle, and we're not gonna get anywhere if you just keep going back to arguments that we've already shut down earlier in the call.
Yeah, all right, nice live then.
Yeah, I don't think so, man. It sucks that people like you exist. Thank you, Darius, for the $3 on Venmo. He said, most infants are born with an automatic diving reflex, also known as the bradycardic response, which causes them to hold their breath and open their eyes when submerged or when the water touches their face. Sounds like a will to live to me. Yeah, I mean, not even necessarily, because it could just be a biological reflex to, like, response to being wet. You should teach your babies how to swim. They do have babies do have self-preservational reflexes. Like a young infant thrown in the water will self-right and not drown. There's an age above which if we don't teach children to swim, they'll start drowning. We have to make sure that they get exposure to water so they can learn how to behave in it. But by default, we instinctually don't drown if thrown into water. Very interesting. Go watch a video of a swims coach throwing a fucking 4-month-old into the water. It looks terrifying, but it's totally fine. We're like born knowing how to swim. It's wild. And I've been swimming. I'm like an ocean swimmer from when I was a child. So like, I don't remember learning how to swim. For me, it just, stayed the case. Interesting stuff. Andrea sent $2 to say, I will never believe men like him truly care about this issue because if they did, they would adopt a disabled child out of foster care. Caller, why would you make me risk my life to have a baby when you haven't adopted a disabled child from foster care? Yeah. I love the people who go to the abortion protesters and say, all right, everybody, here's the adoption papers. Let's all get signed up so we can save some babies. Nope, they're not fucking interested in that. Once the baby's born, fuck you. We're going to take away your Department of Education. Lucky Phil sent to buy me a coffee. He sent $2 to say 10,000 fetuses is my Cradle of Filth cover band. Funny. I always like Lucky Phil's quips during the show. Over on YouTube Super Chat, why it became a supporter. Gets to be in the members only stream that we do on Sunday evenings. That's fun. 10,000 seconds sent 20. Was that 20,000? No, 2,000 pennies. The pun almost worked. $20. Calling kids a drain on society is pretty crappy just because their parents are poor. They didn't even get to pick their parents, and some can raise above their birth. Still love your show. Thank you. Well, again, like children are a drain on society in the sense that like we're all drains on society. That's like a thing about humans. We're altruistic species, not to be confused with altruistic species. Altruistic meaning that we're just useless when we're born. There's a period of uselessness while we become more beneficial to our society. And like a lot of animals are born like fucking ready to like walk and hunt and shit, and we're just not. We require like the same way a kangaroo puts their baby in the pouch and they're like barely even considered an infant until they do more gestation in the pouch. Humans are fucking useless until we're like 20 years old. So that's all I was saying, is that they're temporarily a drain on society. But I will assert that the children who are born to mothers who didn't want them are on average going to be less beneficial to society because they're people who are less likely to succeed in the ways that make a person more beneficial to society. I'm not actually interested in measuring people in that way. The caller was. Hetty Broccoli sent $5. Message retracted. I hope it was a good one. 10,000 seconds sent another $20 to say people that need help aren't a drain, but reliant on the government to pull themselves up. They would be a drain if they were trying and didn't even want to better their lives with the help they're getting. Well, that's just it. It's like if somebody wants to be more beneficial to society, we have government programs that help people with that, and I think we should have more government programs that help people with that. And I think forcing people to exist because we forced people to give birth to them is not a fucking sensible way to satisfy what we're after in terms of those things. Thank you for the two $20 donations. I very much appreciate it. Hetty Broccoli sent another $5 to say if human life starts at conception, most twins split 30 hours and 5 or 6 days after conception. Are those twins each half a person? Again, it's just like the idea of treating the moment of conception as some like fundamentally important level to achieve for some fucking reason just doesn't hold up to any rigor. And that's one of the ways you can poke holes in it. If you say that personhood happens at conception, you're right. There's only one person at the moment of conception. If it divides into twins, now you got half a person. Or unless you're going to say, oh, something else happens that gives them each personhood. I agree. I think that is sentience is what happens to both twins. Mine is rigorous, right? There's no holes to poke in it. You can't come up with an edge case that makes it so that sentience isn't a good metric for whether or not a person deserves their personhood. Anyway, I'd love for the college to try, but they're not really interested in even really engaging in any honest, meaningful way. Linktree in the bio if you want to find that. Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon and support the show. The donations aren't just for me. You're donating for 3 because I have 2 staff members. Thank you for doing that. Thomas Perkins is our next caller. Please tell me we're going to talk about something other than fucking abortion or trans rights.
Trust me, dude. I'm not going to talk about abortion or trans rights. I'm completely fine with trans women being women, and I don't know anything about abortion.
Sick. You support Trump?
I would say I support a few of his policies. I don't
wait. I forgot before we move on. How old are you?
20 years old. I was born May 5th, 2006.
Okay. When I say do you support Donald Trump, what I mean is, are you happy that he won the presidency, or are you sitting here wishing that Kamala had won?
I'm gonna be honest with the way things are going now, and the fact that dude's hiding all the Epstein files. I'm disgusted that he won the presidency. I wish we had a better candidate than he did. I would have really taken anybody. But as for Kamala, I don't really have any knowledge on what she would have done. But
okay, you said you would have taken anybody, which is a pretty fucking low bar. And then the next thing you said is that you wouldn't take Kamala. Why?
Well, no, I didn't say I wouldn't take Kamala. I was just saying I don't know much about her. That's all.
You said that you would take just about anybody. What about Kamala Harris suggests to you that she's going to be worse than just about anybody?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say she's going to be worse than just about anybody. I was saying that in specifically referring to her thoughts about like Israel and stuff like that.
You said that you would take just about anybody as an alternative to Trump, but not Kamala Harris.
Well, okay. Can I like clarify?
You just need a good reason.
Well, for a good reason for what, and why I wouldn't take Kamala Harris. So I kind of gave a reason. You want me to repeat?
Is it her support of Israel?
Yes, hers. I
Trump
think
is waging a war on Iran on behalf of Israel.
Yeah, I think that's disgusting. I think any president that supports Israel shouldn't be elected.
When it comes to the topic, Israel, who do you think would have offended you more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
Trump, easily.
Okay,
with what he's doing
then
right
I don't
now.
think that it's a very good reason to say that Kamala Harris wasn't a good alternative, given that on the thing that you brought up when I asked you what the reason was, Israel, you admit that he's also worse on that topic.
Yeah, it's like a lot of the things that any other presidential election, candidate would have done.
If not Israel, then what is the reason that Kamala Harris wasn't a good alternative when you yourself admitted that just about anybody would have been?
Well, no, I said I didn't. I didn't really know anything about Kamala. I'm saying I would have taken anything.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
do you not know how to pronounce her name, or are you doing that on purpose?
Do I not know? No, I actually don't know how to pronounce her name, but why do you ask?
Well, because a lot of people mispronounce it on purpose as like a sign of disrespect, which I think is just kind of problematic. And so many people have done that a lot of people who are right-leaning just think it is pronounced that way. But what you're doing when you pronounce it that way, to a lot of hosts, they won't consider that maybe you just don't know how it's pronounced. They kind of, people tend to assume that you're doing it on purpose. So I would just advise you to work hard to pronounce it correctly if you want to be taken serious by opposition in the conversation. Because people in my neck of the woods on the political spectrum have a very hard time taking a person seriously if they can't pronounce her name.
Yeah, that's probably because I've heard her name be pronounced many times like that.
And the chat's right. The chat says that it's a microaggression, and I think that it is. I think it is a racist, sexist.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to be like that.
Whoa! I'm giving you more benefit of the doubt here. I am detecting that that's probably not the reason you pronounce it that way. It's a dog whistle when people do it intentionally, and because of all the people using that dog whistle, you're doing it unintentionally. So I really just advise you to pronounce it correctly if you're going to want to tell me that you know anything at all about Kamala Harris, because if you can't pronounce her first name, I'm going to doubt how well you understand her policies. Kamala. Can you say it with me?
Kamala.
It's like comma in the middle of a sentence. That was perfect. We'll do it a couple more times so it sticks. Kamala.
Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that's great. Appreciate you letting me do that, because again, I'm really advocating for you and saying that you'll be taken more seriously in these conversations on this platform if you do the work of pronouncing her name correctly. You said that you would take just about anybody else over Trump because his performance has been bad during this presidential term, and I said, oh well, why not Kamala? What was the reason again? It was Israel. But then a moment later, I didn't even have to ask very many questions. It was like 30 seconds later, I got you to admit that Trump is also worse than Kamala on Israel. So I have to fall back to the question, why, if you would accept just about anybody instead of Donald Trump, wasn't Kamala Harris good enough?
Well, it's because another reason I said is because let me rephrase it. I don't really have a lot of knowledge on what policies she would have put in place. So it's just kind of more of like grounded by skepticism. So you could take my reasoning with a grain of salt. I just don't know enough about her to give a full opinion. But if I were to go back in time and vote, by the way, I couldn't vote at the time. I didn't have my government ID. So, but if I were to go back in time and vote, I definitely would have voted for Kamala. My bad.
No worries. I'm not going to be upset with you for making. That's the thing. It gets in your ear and you get it wrong, and it's very hard to remember to do it the right way. So I appreciate you correcting yourself.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people pronounce it like that. That's why I pronounce it like that.
I appreciate the effort. It's going to take a little time to get that to stick. That's fine. But yeah, where does the skepticism come from? She's a very qualified politician.
Could you like list me off some of her policies if that's okay?
Well, so like
just so I could be more educated.
Well, just to like go with one, she had a lot of like for the people policies. Like people brag about Trump having no tax on tips in the big beautiful bill, but like that was one of the platforms that she wanted to do. She wanted to do it permanently, so it was just codified into law. The Republicans put it in the big beautiful bill, made it a 2-year policy that was going to sunset, which means that 2 years after it goes into effect, people go, oh, I hope I can elect some more Republicans so they can keep not taxing my tips. She just wanted to not tax them at all. But for the most part, her policies reflected that of Biden. She wanted to continue building infrastructure in the country. She wanted to continue bolstering the economy by using careful economic policies that affect things like government spending, which is one of the best axes of control that the federal government has over the economy without just forcing things by proxy, which generally people are averse to because people don't want their businesses being meddled in by the government. I could keep going. But for the most part, she was just going to reflect Biden's policies, which were working for the economy.
Honestly, then yeah, she sounds great. Like a lot of Biden's policies definitely helped out in multiple different ways. I'm pretty sure back in like 2023, what was it, the unemployment rate? It was at like 3.5%, if I'm not mistaken, which was similar to like pre-pandemic numbers.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong.
Unemployment hasn't been so bad since the end of the pandemic. In fact, like Donald Trump's current unemployment figures are actually one of the only economic metrics that he hasn't completely fucked up. Like there's a bunch that are really, really bad and showing that this current term is being terrible for the economy. Doesn't happen to be showing up much into the unemployment statistics, but I would point out, as somebody a little bit educated in economics, it's actually kind of bad if your employment rate is low, but everything else is terrible, because that suggests that the reason the unemployment is low is because people are so desperate that they're taking jobs that don't give them an affordable life. So if you have, if the unemployment figures are the only ones that aren't tanking, that's not the green flag it sounds like it is. But we can look at things like core inflation or how frequently American companies are bankrupting. That's happening at a faster rate than in recent years because of Trump's tariff policies and stuff like that. Even though they've been rescinded, it's still very disruptive to their economics. So, I mean, I can forgive you for not being educated about Kamala Harris. I'm not mad at you that so many people mispronounced her name, that you thought that that's how it's pronounced. But what raises my eyebrow is that like you have this skepticism towards her.
Because I didn't know any of her policies prior, but now that you mention that, then I'd say, yeah, she does seem like she would have been significantly the better option to vote. And I also want to clarify something from the chat. I'm not a kid. I'm 20 years old. I'm a grown man. I just want to clarify that.
Dude, I hate to say it, but I consider you a kid. I used to be a high school teacher. I resigned that job like recently. And I think that because of COVID, like if you're 20, what'd you lose middle school? 7th and 8th grade?
Yeah, I was in 7th grade in middle school. 7th and 8th grade.
Yeah, 7th and 8th grade, you probably didn't learn as much as you otherwise would have, right?
Yeah, and also I was also going to say something about economics. I'm not the most knowledgeable in economics. I'll say that right now.
I appreciate that honesty. The economy is very complicated, and a lot of people say they understand it when they don't. I don't even claim to understand it all that well. I just know
honestly, it's kind of ironic in my case because like back in high school, I used to do pretty good in like economics and stuff like that. I guess I just forgot all of that knowledge.
Yeah, well, if you don't apply it, it is easy for it to get lost. But I just want to come back to this issue of skepticism because you're skeptical of her. It sounds like you're not now, but because you were listening to people who pronounce it the wrong way, it suggests to me you probably weren't hearing very accurate things about it. Because you came in, thinking that she wasn't a good alternative to Trump, and it just sounds to me like you'd been told that, but you just hadn't really considered why.
Yeah, it's probably because I've watched it a lot of like Republican or conservative political commentators, people like Michael Knowles. You could really list like some people on the Daily Wire. Michael Knowles is one of them. Charlie Kirk, other people like that. So that's probably why I wasn't educated enough.
You look at somebody like Charlie Kirk, what you'll find is that he was really averse to having the sort of conversation that I'm having with you right now, where we slow down and really just make sure that we both understand each of the things that we're talking about. Like if I said something complicated to you, it's really important to me that I make sure you understand that complicated thing before we move on. And Charlie Kirk was really averse to giving his opponents in debate that sort of healthy consideration. He tended to steamroll past people, especially people your age, because it's easy for somebody a little bit older. I'm about Charlie Kirk's age. I'm a little bit older. I'm 31, and I could trick you into thinking I'm saying sensible things to you by speaking with an authoritative tone, but it's really important that I give you the space to tell me your doubts about what I'm saying and understand it and be able to go look it up by yourself. I always remind people I'm just another asshole on the internet. I'm just another Charlie Kirk, right? I'm just another guy talking into a microphone. But you can go look up the things I say. You can go look up what Kamala Harris's policies were going to be. You can go look at the fact that she had something like an 80-something page document that laid out the policies that pretty closely reflected what Biden wanted to do. And we can look at the ways in which Biden helped the economy recover from the pandemic, because the pandemic was really hard on the economy. You can go look at these things. And people like Charlie Kirk don't want you to have the power to go look those things up yourself. They don't want to teach you how to be reasonable about this stuff. They tend to just want to tell you how it is. Kamala Harris is bad, Donald Trump is good. The illegal immigrants are dangerous, or some other made up nonsense like that, because as it happens, they're actually way less dangerous than the average other person walking down the street. And there's data you can look at about that. So when I talk to somebody your age, when you're 20, like the reason the chat's calling you a kid and the reason I'm defending you on that is if you lost 7th and 8th grade, then developmentally, in terms of being able to make your own decisions about all this important stuff and being able to do the research necessary to come to these conclusions without trusting some asshole like me on the internet, you're behind on some of those skills. And that shows, that's true before the pandemic, right? Like 18-year-olds weren't all that bright before the pandemic. They weren't all that wise and good at this across the board. But you're in a particularly difficult spot because the education system has really struggled to give us our fresh new cohort of voters, our 18, 19, 20-year-olds, making sure that they have good literacy around research and things like that. So I'm not trying to disparage you as a person by saying you're a kid. I just think that a lot of this stuff is very complicated and weighty, and you're awfully young to be reckoning from the hip about it by just saying, I'm skeptical of her. Because I think that skepticism was instilled in you by people who hated her for reasons that had nothing to do with her policy.
Yeah, I guess you could definitely say that. And plus, I am still kind of new to doing like political topics. I just got into it I think a couple months ago. It was either like January or February of this year, if I can recall, when I was still like 19.
That's great. And like I said, I'm not the type of host that's going to fault you for not being as educated as you would be if you were a little older, if you'd gotten involved sooner. And I do feel like in this conversation, you've demonstrated that you're totally receptive to the idea that you've been wrong about some of this stuff. I really, really urge you to, when you see the left and the right disagreeing really, really firmly about a particular thing, somebody's got to be right, or somebody has to be wrong. Maybe everybody's wrong if the truth is some other thing that we haven't thought of yet. But just really look at whether or not the people telling you these things are open and honest and willing to try to look at proof of it for you instead of running away from it. Because we've seen it on my show today that I can ask somebody on the right to prove what they're telling me is true, and they will just start kicking and screaming. They'll start trying to switch over to a different topic. Do you see that much from people like me?
No, I don't see that at all from people like you, Dean, or anybody on the left for that matter. They always like to stay on topic, like talking about the main thing.
Yeah.
I would say maybe a little bit with Parker in his first debates with Charlie Kirk on Jubilee, but to be fair, he was doing that as more of like a reductio, so I kind of understand that.
Well, honestly, I can also say, you're going to be able to find, just like you can find a clip of Parker not performing well, you can find loads of clips of me not performing that well. I'm not a superhero. I'm not perfect at this.
Of course.
But my general attitude is an open, let's look at the evidence one. And I think you agree that people like Dean and Parker operated in that way and that people like Charlie Kirk did not. And of course, Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, but there are still people continuing his work of running away from the sorts of conversations that I think that Charlie Kirk was afraid to have. I think that Parker was right when he confronted Kirk at that campus and said that he was a coward and that he was afraid of debating him. I think Parker's right. I think Kirk was terrified of people like me. It's actually one of the reasons I'm sad that I started my debate live hosting after Charlie Kirk died, because I'll never get to prove to the world exactly just how easily I would trounce him, because I know his method for debating and I'm good at overwhelming it, but with reason and by steadfastly staying on the point instead of letting him move on to something else. I really wish I would have gotten the opportunity, but I'm not going to because he's dead.
Yeah. there was also another thing I wanted to bring up why I didn't even want to debate the whole trans women thing is that prior to this, I think like a few days ago, I did believe a lot of the stuff that previous guys were saying, but I did my own research on the topic of trans people, and I realized that, a lot of the times Republican talking points don't exactly lead you to the facts. So I can definitely see why you're taking this time to actually talk to me about this and maybe like convince me that the side I'm currently on just isn't the best.
We get some W's in the chat for doing your own research. That's awesome, dude.
Thank you, Jessie. Jessie's sitting off camera. I don't know if you've noticed her today.
Thanks, Jessie.
Yeah, I seriously, and I think you've gotten to the root of it, which is like we could sit here and argue any of these individual topics, but at the end of the day, we've got this left and right thing going on, and you don't have to watch much debate content to be like, why are people on the right shouting numbers without telling us the numbers they're comparing them to? Why are they running away from questions? Why do people like Oskar have to ask the same question? You might have been watching. How many times did I ask that guy, what danger do trans people present to society?
Too much.
40 fucking times, maybe. Like it was a lot. I was asking it on repeat, and he was running away from it. And you're just not going to find people asking me questions like that. The only time it might look like I'm running from a question is if somebody asks me a loaded question, what I consider like an affirmative question. Like, for example, I'll ask you one now. When did you stop beating your girlfriend?
Stop beating I never beat my
Answer the
girlfriend.
question. See how that's not fair. Right?
Yeah.
Because for the question to make sense, we have to assume that you beat your girlfriend, and that's the sort of question you'll see somebody like me refuse to answer. Where if a Republican says something to me like, "Why do you think it's acceptable for men to compete in women's sports?" Well, what's baked into that question is the assumption that I would call a trans woman a man who's competing in women's sports, and that my definitions are aligned with the person asking the question. And that's disingenuous. That skips over some important stuff in the conversation to just force me to try to answer that question. Why are you okay with men in women's sports? Because the correct answer to that question is, I'm not. We define men and women differently, so the answer means something different to the person asking it than to the person answering it, which makes it like a super unfair, disingenuous question. The important question is, what's the definition of a man? What's the definition of a woman? What does all this mean? Let's figure out like what we're talking about, what we're meaning when we say these words to each other, so we can really understand what each other's perspective is as we navigate the conversation. And that sort of good faith analysis of what everybody in the room's beliefs are is just not the sort of thing that you'll ever see a character like Charlie Kirk or the people who've replaced him doing. And that to me is why I sit here and try to teach people to do it the right way, just to get to the bottom of this stuff, really understand it, so we can make reasonable decisions.
Yeah, it's honestly it was honestly like mind blowing to me when I actually like started doing my own research on these sort of topics. And even yesterday, me and my friend, my best IRL friend, who is a Democrat, by the way, him and I did have a conversation about ICE, and he was like trying to explain to me why people don't like ICE, and it's mainly because of their excessive force. And after that conversation, I definitely walked away thinking ICE needs so much better management. Under Trump, ICE has just been horrible, but under people like Obama and Biden, they were like nobody like it was actually like, I'm pretty sure somewhat decent under them, if I'm not mistaken.
People ask me why I wasn't protesting then, and I think you've discovered the answer on your own. It's that they didn't give me anything to protest.
Yeah, like they were actually doing their job. They actually hired people who were, like in line, actually had training to do the jobs they were given, that were actually like qualified. Well, nowadays they're accepting anybody. They could find like
specifically the thing that's like really problematic. You got to it because you said that like Obama wasn't like, supporting that. And what I think, like people say, oh, one bad ICE agent shouldn't spoil the bunch. And I'm like, yeah, but if the guy who's in charge says that bad ICE agent isn't a bad ICE agent, that does spoil the bunch, because that tells all the other ICE agents that they can shoot a guy for 10 times for like no fucking reason at all, that they can shoot a woman in the face for like no fucking reason at all and completely get away with it. That is what spoils the bunch, and that's what we didn't see from Obama. That's one avenue that I'm obviously talking about Renee Good and Alex Preddy there, who I will tell you, just so you know, are aware of my own biases. Those are neighbors of mine. I live in their neighborhood. I live in Minneapolis, just south of downtown, a few blocks away from where Alex Preddy was killed. But you know, I can put that aside and say that there's a bunch of other practices they're doing that make me say that they're really, really bad. I also think that our immigration policies are pretty messed up. So even if ICE was behaving themselves, I'd still think that Trump's approach to immigration is bad. But I kind of consider immigration under the Trump administration, the current Trump administration, to be a two-pronged issue: how it's being enforced and what the actual policies are. Because what I want to change is two different things in those two different domains. But it really does sound to me like you're beginning to see that if you just check if what the people on these platforms are saying to you is true, it's not really all that hard to see which side mostly tells the truth.
Yeah, like another example of that would be, I know someone in the chat told me not to watch Jubilee, but I do actually want to give another example for this. Was when I saw Def Noodles debate Isaiah on there. Def Noodles said that. Yeah, Isaiah Martin.
I don't know Def Noodles, but I think I did watch that Jubilee. What did they say? Keep going.
He said like 70% of the people detained by ICE were violent criminals. When you actually look, he said it was like the DSH or DSA. I can't remember what it was called, but if you actually look at it, the statistics show the complete opposite of what he was saying.
Well, I mean, with something like Jubilee, I mean, people are skeptical of Jubilee. Daniel in the chat's asking when I'm going on Jubilee. I probably will be going on Jubilee reasonably soon, given the way things are going for me. And I can take issue with that particular platform. So, sorry, what was their point? What was their argument against Isaiah Martin?
Def Noodles was saying that 70% of the illegal immigrant.
Yeah, that's wrong. It wasn't even that high under Obama, but it was higher. And under Trump, it's like 5% or something like that. They're also like really scraping the bottom of the barrel. They're finding people that like, this is an immigrant that like committed a violent crime decades ago and like went to prison about it, but now they have a family. And they're like, now they've paid their debt to society and they're moving on. And they're finding those people and saying, oh, we're going to deport them because they did that, instead of just like actually going out and finding the people who are committing crimes now. Like they're doing some dishonest stuff to fudge the numbers.
Yeah, I can definitely see that a lot of the times for rebuttals against the claims like revolving ICE. A lot of the stuff like the Department of Homeland Security seems to be like in complete defense of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Department of Homeland Security was established after 9/11 as a fear response that a lot of people had about national security. So there's a big question about how exactly immigration policies should be enforced. I mean, that's contingent further on what the immigration policies should be, because I think most people agree that immigration does need some kind of reform. It's not good that there's 12 million illegal immigrants. I'd like to address that in some kind of way that's good for society. But yeah, I just don't see that the current approach to it is like good for anybody. That's really where I get lost.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Well, is there anything else we could talk about, or
no? I was about to say I could sit here and lecture you all day about all these different things. There's a bunch of stuff I can assume maybe you're mixed up about because maybe you were listening to people who pronounce Kamala incorrectly. But I don't think there's use in me overwhelming. I'm gonna invite you to keep doing your research and listening to lives, and I'd love to hear from you again in the future, and we can kind of.
Don't worry, I'm in the Discord server.
Sick. Awesome. Yeah. No, I look forward to hearing from you again. And just feel free to call in when you got something you want to discuss. I love these sorts of conversations.
All right. Same. I had a really fun time chatting here.
Good.
And honestly, like it was chill. I was definitely expecting more of a screaming match, but not. It was glad that we were actually able to talk like adults.
I give what I get on this show. I'm perfectly happy to bite a guy's head off and yell at him. You didn't give me a reason.
Yeah, but the past few guests, I can tell they definitely gave you.
They gave me very good reason. I was unnecessarily calm with them for the most part. So on that,
I was begging it. I don't know if you saw, but I was begging in the chat to have them removed.
Oh yeah. I'm on that. I think I'll let you go, and I'll say W's for Thomas in the chat.
Thanks. W's to you too, man.
Thank you very much. All right, we got Theo. I think I saw Theo in the chat. Is Theo a leftist? Is that what's going on? I'm going to read the donations first. Horsepower Pull-Up sent $10 to say, I left after the guy who couldn't compare trans athlete stats to start working out. I'm still at the gym and you're still at it. Keep it up. Maybe watch some Zen Alan Watts lectures about to relax after. Maybe. Sean sent $2 to say, need to start calling these spineless ones David. Yeah, maybe that's how we can get away with people not liking that I call people a bitch sometimes when they're being a bitch on the show. I'll say they're being a David because everybody knows that David is a bitch. Lance Matthews sent $5 to say Michael Knowles on his show debates Dems, and when they bring up facts and tells the audience to look it up, he would say, you don't need to look it up. Yeah, red fucking flag if somebody says don't look it up, listen to me. You should look up everything I say. I have people who actively look things up while I'm running the show, which is why the chat like lights up if I get something wrong. People just correct it, and I accept the correction and I move on when I'm wrong. Rico Suave sent $2 to say, do you know when you're going to co-host with Parker? I did, like a few days ago. I was on Parker's show for like 3 hours. It was really lovely. Did some tag team cooking. And I'll probably be back. And I judging by the way he and I talked about it on the air, I expect he'll sooner I will probably have him on this show than I will go back on his show. But we're gonna take turns because he wants to platform me, and I hope he enjoyed me on his show. He did let me up for 3 hours, so probably a good sign for him wanting to continue to platform me. Just gonna check the other pay methods, make sure I'm not leaving anybody out because that is important to me. Any more from Lucky Phil? Nope. We're good. All right, we're gonna move on to, is it Theo? I believe Theo. That's Theo in cursive. And Will says, commie guest incoming. Is he a reasonable communist? I believe there are such a thing, and I like having nuanced political discussions with them because me and the communists actually tend to agree on quite a lot of very interesting stuff. And it's fun to get into the nitty-gritty rat's nest of the ways in which we disagree. So I would love for this conversation to be good faith like that. And I'm going to give them a while to connect because I did see them being oppositional in the chat. So, Theo, are you listening? Are you there? Are you teacupped? Dan found me through Pickles. Yeah. I've been Pickles has me on pretty frequently. I pop into Pickles' live for like half hour, an hour, sometimes 2 or 3 hours, like every now and then, like once a week or so. So if you watch Pickles, you might see me, and you should watch Pickles. Pickles is very good at what he does. Theo, you can get back in the queue, but I'm gonna disconnect you. I do talk to lefties. That was one of the questions on the FAQ stream last night. I did like a kind of a public version of the members only stream where I just answered questions for my evening show yesterday. And like one of the questions was that people said is, why don't you debate lefties? I do. Theo's back in the queue. They should connect this time. Hello, how old are you?
Definitely 18.
What year were you born?
2008.
Got a driver's license?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a yellow sign with a red border that's a triangle? What kind of sign is that?
I have no idea.
A triangular white sign with a red border.
No idea.
I'm sorry, I don't believe you're 18. I don't believe you have a driver's license. You're not supposed to have a driver's license if you can't answer that question. It's a yield sign. We can talk to Owen. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 18. I was born May 25th, 2008.
I believe you. For now, you're a Trump supporter?
No.
I'll let you get a quick topic in, but I think I'm mostly looking. Okay. I'm trying to get one more debate in today, I think.
Yeah, well, it was fairly similar to the last guy, where I agree with some of his policies, and I think you can find that with any person, honestly, really ever.
Sure.
But I also don't see myself being able to vote for Kamala in 2024 based off of her policy around the Second Amendment.
Thing I like to say about concerns about Kamala Harris going after the Second Amendment is that I think that Trump wants to go after your First Amendment more than Kamala wanted to go after your Second.
Yeah, I think that is reasonable, but you can't go after the First Amendment to a full extent if the Second Amendment does in fact exist.
I don't think that she was going to go after the Second Amendment that would prevent anybody's ability to own guns in a way that I think is reasonable. Whereas I think that everybody exercises their First Amendment right, and to have the president attack, that's a much bigger problem than going after the Second Amendment. Also, Kamala Harris is herself a gun owner. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and that's because she was a prosecutor, which is fully necessary based off of the job. Both of my parents were prosecutors, and my Second Amendment belief has been fully formed based off of that. But I remember somewhere she might have like tweaked this statement, but she was talking about a mandatory assault weapons buyback. as well as just more restrictions on how you can acquire and who can acquire firearms.
I think that she might have had some like firearms policies that are maybe more strict than I would have wanted, or maybe targeted to certain groups of firearms that maybe I wouldn't have chosen to target to try to reduce things like the number of children who are killed in firearms related incidents, because firearms are the leading cause of death for children in this country, which is quite a shame. Are you aware that Trump tried to take away the Second Amendment right from all trans people by executive order?
I am aware, and that is wrong, and I don't support him.
Which do you think is a greater threat to the Second Amendment? A president who wants to make it harder for people to get bigger and scarier guns through making it like difficult to get licenses or banning them in certain places, or banning them nationally, which would be the most extreme thing, or somebody who's just going to take all gun ownership rights away from a group of people that he doesn't like?
I mean, I think that one is scarier than the other. Put it that way. Obviously,
which
the
one?
second one where he's trying to
Yeah.
the second one,
Okay.
where he's trying to take it away from a whole group of people. But that's something that could never feasibly happen in our current nation and the way that the government currently operates, because that would get held up in court for so long. And even if it didn't get struck down at some point, which it most likely would, it would take so long to get through the court systems that it would never be able to actually.
But everything that you just said is also true of any policy that Kamala Harris would have pushed.
Yeah, but it's much easier to slowly implement gun control restrictions as they are doing in places like California, where they're slowly just like whittling down what you can and can't own, rather than it is to completely take away a certain group's ability to own firearms.
Yeah, but I still think that the person who's trying to do the latter presents a greater danger to the Second Amendment.
Yes.
That's Trump.
Yeah. Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying.
So do we agree that Trump is a greater threat to the Second Amendment than Kamala Harris?
In that situation, yes. And I also
the situation that I'm interested in analyzing this in is the current political context in America. So like broadly, I think that Donald Trump is a greater threat to the Second Amendment than Harris, specifically because, and this is important, is that we could say that like everybody loses like half of their gun rights, let's say, right? Like if you had like one unit of having the Second Amendment right and taking away assault rifles or whatever policy, let's just, for the sake of conversation, say that like brings you down to 0.5. And now everybody only has 0.5 of Second Amendment rights. That I can admit is an erosion of the Second Amendment right. I can agree with that and say like, okay, that's like not cool or whatever. Compare that to a president who wants to leave it at 1 for everybody, but make it 0 for people he doesn't like. If the Second Amendment exists for people to be able to defend themselves from the government, which of those two things is more problematic?
The second one is more problematic in the now. However, you reduce it by 0.5, then you reduce it by 0.25. So everyone's at now 0.25.
So that's the slippery slope argument, which isn't a good argument, because the idea that every single policy exists with the plan of having some further policy that's more extreme than that doesn't make any sense at all. Because say, for example, if we said there's too many speeding accidents on the highway in your city, we got to lower that speed limit from 70 to 65. You might look at some data about how many car crashes there are and compare it to some other cities and go, you know what, I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to vote to lower the speed limit from 70 to 65. I think it'll save lives. That's reasonable, right? Could be, depending if there were a lot of car accidents.
That is a reasonable thing to say. Yeah.
Right, okay. But what if somebody came along and said...
But that also might be a false equivalency.
Hold on. But I'm going to make it the equivalency because you're coming along and saying, well, okay, if we lower it to 65, next you're going to want to lower it to 60, next you're going to want to lower it to 50, then you're going to have it down at 30, and the highways aren't even going to be highways anymore. Would that person be making a good argument against lowering the speed limit to 65?
No, because they're engaging in the false equivalency that is the speed limit is to blame for the crashes.
Well, that's not the false equivalency. What they're doing is the slippery slope fallacy, which is you yourself in my hypothetical can admit that maybe we should lower the speed limit to prevent this negative outcome. But it's not a good argument to then say that if we do that, that's going to make it so that the speed limit keeps getting lowered. That's not reasonable. And that's the argument you're making about Kamala Harris's gun policies, that if she passes one policy, you think we're going to give a mouse a cookie and end up in a situation where gun policies are like completely restricted. Kamala Harris owns guns. I am in the market for a gun because I get a lot of death threats. So I will be purchasing a firearm because I want to be able to shoot a guy if he comes here and tries to kill me. And a lot of people tell me they're going to do exactly that. So I'm the type of person where if I saw that slippery slope start to happen, I'd say, guys, not cool. I need to be able to arm myself. I do believe in the Second Amendment. I do believe that people, like reasonable adults, should be able to get licensed and own a gun. Like I'm okay with that. So I just don't accept your slippery slope argument that one gun policy necessarily leads to another. You recognize that's not a reasonable way to think about other laws.
Yes, I do. However, there are examples like in California, it is somewhat of a slippery slope, obviously not to the extent that is the slippery slope argument in and of itself. However, they are just continuing to introduce more and more things. And in Oregon, where I live and have lived for my entire life, recently, a couple of years ago, I believe it was 2022, there was a ballot measure that passed that is now being held up in court that would ban the transfer and sale of magazines over 10 rounds and ban the possession of magazines over 10 rounds, which is an extreme infringement upon the Second Amendment and has been preceded by significant cutting down.
Yeah, I don't personally, I'm not all that concerned about magazine size. So that's the sort of policy where I might look at that and ask a question like, is this a policy that's really driven by data to try to reduce some of the harm that we see caused to society by firearms? Like, that's what I'm really concerned about. And if we actually look at the number, like the types of weapons that are most dangerous, particularly for young people, we actually find it's not usually the sorts of weapons that are used in big, scary mass shootings that make the news cycle. It's mostly handguns in cities. And I'm sitting here living in a city wanting to own a handgun. So I think that I can have my cake and eat it too in this case. I can say that I want Law of the Wilds in the chat. He just said that he's got my class covered or something for the permit carry because we do need to take a class here in Minnesota. I, as somebody who wants to own a gun to defend myself, am perfectly happy saying I would love to take an even longer class than the state of Minnesota requires. I'm okay with that because I think that making it difficult to exchange those guns, I think making it difficult for somebody to acquire those guns without getting good safety training on them, I think those are sensible policies that prevent nincompoops from owning guns and either doing irresponsible things with them or letting them fall into hands where they will do something irresponsible. I think that that's the way we look at vehicles. You have to get a license to drive a car, even though like the way we think about it as Americans is that we have the right to get in our car and drive it. We just have to prove to the state that we're like responsible with that right, which makes it a privilege instead of a right. So we could argue about whether or not that's in favor of the Second Amendment. But if you think restrictions are necessarily a Second Amendment violation, one, the Supreme Court disagrees with you. The word regulated is right there in the Second Amendment. And two, that would be to suggest that we shouldn't restrict anybody's Second Amendment rights of any kinds, which would lead to certain absurdities like saying it's reasonable for a person to, in the privacy of their own home, develop nuclear weapons or something obscene like that. Because I think, we have to grant that there are weapons so dangerous that we need to regulate them in some way. That's obvious with nuclear weapons. That's not very obvious with baseball bats. Somewhere in the middle, we find firearms. So in consideration of that big mouthful I just gave you, like, do you really think that it's like all that big a concern that people are just trying to create more sensible regulations around these things?
Yes, because I think that anyone, no matter who they are, barring people like violent felons, should be able to own a gun, and they should be able to acquire one like very close to same day. Because let's say like there's the big hypothetical of woman who's gotten a restraining order. It's just a piece of paper. She needs a gun now. Like we could go there, but I mean, just getting into the hypotheticals of it, there's a million of those. But what I'm really saying is any regulation on the Second Amendment and when it says regulated in the actual Second Amendment itself, it does not mean regulated by the government. It means self-managed. So any regulation on the Second Amendment is an infringement.
Wait, hold on. Self-management is the opposite of regulation.
A well-regulated militia does not mean government regulating. It means it like the militia is well equipped.
But if you want to take the Constitution that literally, like that's my problem with it. Is that what gun owners are doing? Are they training to fight the government if they misbehave?
As like.
Are they forming a well-regulated militia to like make sure that we have like organization if we need to take up arms against a tyrannical government? Like that that's not happening. That's not what people are doing when they use the Second Amendment to buy themselves guns. It's that they want guns and they're using the Second Amendment as like the established right for it, which is why I think that the Second Amendment is outdated in some ways that make it kind of hard to apply it reasonably to these things. I respect our constitutional order. I respect law and order. I respect Supreme Court precedent. So I can look at the legal landscape and navigate it in a way that I think is better for safety of children or things like that. But like ethically, I don't actually put that much weight into the Second Amendment because I just don't believe for a second that very many gun owners are actually owning guns for the reason that the Second Amendment said they should be.
As in protection against a tyrannical state?
Yeah, I don't.
And/or someone attempting to hurt you or your family?
Well, the second thing you just said isn't what the Second Amendment says, and my use case for a gun is that second thing. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. I just want to be able to shoot a guy if he tries to come kill me.
Yeah, so my question is, how can you claim that people are not using the Second Amendment in its intended way when people like the 3%ers exist?
3%ers?
Who are like a militia, yeah.
I mean, I think that the average gun owner is not doing that. I was careful to say not everybody. I don't think that there's zero people who are following the Second Amendment properly. I just don't think that generally that's what people are thinking about when they defend their own gun rights.
I mean, they're defending their own gun rights because they're attempting to stop an overbearing government, and you see actually the Second Amendment being used exactly how it was designed.
I just don't believe it. I think that most people just want to shoot beer cans in their backyard. Like most people want to go hunting. Most people think they're cool and think they're fun to shoot. Those are fine reasons. I'm okay with people wanting to have hobbies. I just don't believe that most gun owners care at all about being a well-regulated militia to protect the country in any way.
I actually disagree with you pretty staunchly on that because obviously this is a personal experience, but I was very, I guess, into the gun community throughout my upbringing because that's who my parents were. And pretty much every gun owner that I was exposed to was not using it to like be a hobby and shoot beer cans in their backyard. They were using it for protection, whether that's from someone trying to hurt them or from a tyrannical government.
How does this work out for you? Like, how does it look? Like the Second Amendment being used in that way. I think that the government is tyrannical right now. I think that Trump is violating the Constitution in exactly the way that the Bill of Rights exists to make us able to protect ourselves from. He's violating people's constitutional rights. He's trying to violate people's Second Amendment rights. Like, okay, the government's misbehaving in the way that the Second Amendment says guns are for. What do we do? Where are these fucks who said that they would use their guns to defend us from exactly what's happening right now?
Well, they're the people who support Trump. The left, people who are on the left or don't support Trump so staunchly that they would be willing to take up arms, that's their responsibility to do so if they believe that that is how you get like change to happen. However, I feel like most people are fairly reasonable on this, and it is more of a last resort rather than a first response.
I'm just not understanding like the people who believe that the Second Amendment is for protecting us from a bad government are the people who support this bad government.
Yeah, they don't see this government as bad, therefore they're not going to stand up against it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying is there's a fundamental difference in belief from you and them.
I would also, like, this is just me speculating about like kind of my own neighborhood of the political spectrum. I think that Republicans would be surprised to learn how many people on the left own guns and are just like quiet and reasonable about it.
I do think
I think it's performative when a lot of people say that they, I got my AR, I'm going to protect my country. It's like, no, you're a pussy who's going to stay home if shit gets real out there. We don't. We go out there and fight tyranny. There were people in the metro area here in Minnesota, here in the Minneapolis, St. Paul metro area, who stood on the street corners of their own neighborhood, conspicuously carrying firearms as a show of force to protect their neighborhood from ICE agents. Because I think ICE agents know that, like, given the buffoonery they get away with when somebody isn't armed, they don't want to bring that to a civilian who's openly carrying, and those people didn't get their blocks bothered as much. That's a show of force that demonstrates that the left is willing to use the Second Amendment in a way that actually materially protects them from a misbehaving government. And I just don't see that from the right. What I see from the right is that people want to own big, more powerful guns just because they think they should be able to.
Okay, so what would you say about something like Ruby Ridge or Waco, where they were people who were using their right to bear arms to protect themselves from an overbearing government?
Well, that's like the difficulty with any sort of approach of somebody defying the government, is that by definition what they're doing is illegal, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Anybody defying the government using firearms as the Second Amendment intended is going to necessarily be breaking the rules of that government, right?
Yes, but the people at Waco and Ruby Ridge were antagonized, and they were not, in fact, breaking the law preceding their sieges.
I'm not super educated about Waco, to be straightforward. I'm not going to try to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the details of it, but the concern I'm bringing up is that, like, you have to go against the status quo if you're going to use a firearm to defend your country or whatever. So, like, it's just always going to be illegal. It's why, like, the Second Amendment doesn't make any sense. It's like, Second Amendment says we're allowed to overthrow the government, pretty much. What does that even look like? Like, I just don't put that much weight into it. Like,
so, do you want me to break down, like, the situation of a revolution?
I mean,
what do you mean by what does that look like? I'm sorry.
I just mean, like, if you're so gung-ho about the Second Amendment being the reason that people should have firearms, like, what should gun owners do?
Protect themselves, their family, and their country.
Right, but what is, like, they're like, I can understand a person protecting themselves and their family, but, like, what do you mean by their country? What does it look like for a person to use a gun to protect their country?
I mean, it's difficult to use as an example for America because we don't have hostile neighbors, but let's say Ukraine. If the people of Ukraine were armed to the same degree that the people in America are, Russia, they're already having an extremely bad time in Ukraine. They would be having an even worse time. And they might even be pushing back into Russia at this point if people were armed to the same level before the war in a civilian capacity.
I just don't know how many guns are owned by Ukrainians. Oh, very few. Very few. You're right about that. Less than 10% by the quick looks of it. Yeah, I don't think that that's right though. Like, I don't think that we're protected by an invasion from somebody for owning guns. That doesn't, like, I don't really get.
You don't think that it would be more difficult for an invading force if they were to encounter an armed civilian population than to not?
Yeah, it does make it more difficult. I just actually think that the U.S. military is so enormous that that's not what other world leaders worry about when they think about invading America.
That is, I mean, I disagree with that because I think that is a very, I mean, again, difficult to work with on America because we don't have hostile neighbors, but it would make an invasion of America much less feasible because you have such a strong civilian base.
It's just already so infeasible, though.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the United States is a bad example, and that's why I brought up Ukraine. And if
we're talking about the United
States
capacity, if the United States is a bad example of a country that would benefit from your gun policies, I think your gun policies aren't good for America.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to break it down. So, I'm sorry. I don't think that I am getting this off very clearly. But what I am trying to do is I'm trying to break, like, because I could say, yeah, if Canada invades the U.S., but Canada is not going to invade the U.S.
Right. And we are trying to talk about things that we think are actually going to happen because the school shootings are actually happening. We got to figure that shit out. All this gang violence that's costing young people their lives in our cities, like, that's really happening. Like, we need to address this.
Yeah, well, gun control is not unless you entirely take away and, like, dissolve every gun, melt every single one of them down. Gang violence is not really going to stop. And even then, they're just going to resort to other methods.
Well,
hold
on. You made the leap to say that if we can't get it to zero, like, we should just fucking give up and give everybody guns, which is nonsense. We can make it better.
Yeah, we could make it better, but a lot of the firearms used in gang violence are either stolen or acquired in other illegal methods, or they will just drive to the next state over that has looser restrictions on who can buy guns and then buy a gun from there.
That's why they want to make the federal restrictions stricter so that there can't be such places. They want to address those sorts of problems exactly.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they're just going to figure out another way to acquire guns. So we have to arm the average
but you're
civilian.
saying they're just going to figure out another way. That's like saying we can't tax wealthy people anymore because they're just going to figure out a way to get out of it. Like, what a nihilistic approach to this. It, as a matter of fact, does influence the amount of firearms that fall into the hands of criminals for us to improve policies, particularly in areas where those sorts of things are happening. Like, the gun policies of cities that neighbor Chicago are probably more important to the rate of gun violence in Chicago than Chicago's own policies on firearms, which is why we need a broader approach that closes those sorts of loopholes. And I think that educating people better about how to store their firearms, regulating the purchase and sale of firearms so that people can't do it under the table, so that people don't just absentmindedly sell their firearm, at the gun fair, on the street corner, wherever they do it. Like, I think that there are things that really do place an impediment between a criminal who wants a gun for gang activity or to rob a convenience store or whatever thing it might be. I think that those things do help. And you're sitting here saying that because some will slip through the cracks, therefore it's not worth restricting people's rights in order to prevent those negative outcomes. And I just don't think about it that way.
Okay, that's a fair statement to make, but I believe that if you start to restrict the Second Amendment, you are destroying the Constitution, which then makes it easier to slip into a dictatorial regime, because without a way for an armed populace to revolt and stand up against
if you want to be a constitutionalist about it, if you want to respect the constitutional order in this country, you have to recognize the fact that AR-15s didn't exist in the late 1700s when we wrote the Second Amendment. And along the way, as the meaning of arms has changed, as weapons technology has improved, the Supreme Court has done the work of saying, okay, yes, you can regulate weapons in this way. Clearly, they're changing from when this amendment was written, so we have to reinterpret it as we go. And I think that's reasonable. Because again, if you want to just say that the Second Amendment is the only thing, then you shouldn't respect a person's access to weapons whatsoever. That means that citizens should be allowed to own nuclear weapons.
Well, at the time the Second Amendment was created, there in the Federalist Papers, it is stated that civilians were allowed to own warships and cannons, and it was not just muskets and blunderbusses.
But can you admit that as the weapons technology has changed, we have correspondingly needed to update our interpretation of the Second Amendment?
Yes, but the founding fathers weren't idiots. They knew that an evolution of technology was going to happen.
I don't think that they could predict it perfectly. I take issue with the First Amendment for the same reason. The writers of the First Amendment didn't have any idea about the internet, and now we're in a situation where I don't really feel like I have free speech. I got to please the TikTok gods to be able to stay platformed, because it's their First Amendment right that matters more than mine on this platform. Mine matters a little bit more than yours because I'm in charge of this show and I can kick you if I want to. But there's this hierarchy to it where me, as the person trying to preach to humanity about what I think is reasonable about politics, I have to listen to this evil company's First Amendment right. There's an entity that isn't even a person whose First Amendment right is respected more than mine in what in the 21st century is the true town square: YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all these platforms. Like, I think the First Amendment's kind of broken by technology, and we need to address that in some way to protect free speech, because we've seen that with the advent of these technologies and this axis of control that the wealthy and powerful have over people's free speech through the companies that they run, those are the exact avenues that people like Donald Trump can use to restrict the First Amendment rights, in effect, of a person like myself in a country when they're the president of it. So I think all of this needs careful attention, but I just feel like you're stuck on the idea of gun ownership. Oh, Law of the Wild, I was about to bring you up. I did see you in the queue. You can hop back in.
I am willing to talk about things other than gun ownership, and actually to touch on what you just said about free speech on the internet. By going on to TikTok, you are accepting their rules about what you can say, and you are giving up your right to free speech, because free speech protects you from the government, not a private entity.
Absolutely. But I'm saying that in the 21st century, the First Amendment seems a little bit weak sauce when it comes to protecting the will of the people to spread their speech, because it gives undue power to corporations that control the media through which we exercise our speech. So I think that the First Amendment was written with a lack of consideration for the state of affairs we now find, and it is exactly these bad guys I'm talking about, Trump and his campaign staff, who weaponized that system in order to spread disinformation that got people to vote for him. How you doing, Law of the Wild?
Good. I just had a moment here, but Owen, do you think that you have the right to own a tactical nuclear warhead?
Do I have the right given to me by the Constitution? No.
Okay. No, but that's an arm, right?
That has been regulated by the government itself. A tactical nuclear weapon is, I mean, I don't want to be like, oh, calling out logical fallacies, but it's a little bit of a straw man because a tactical nuclear weapon is much more destructive, no matter what the capacity is, than a handgun or an assault rifle or a shotgun.
Yeah, so you kind of walked into the point there. Is you're not going to argue that the government not allowing you to own a tactical nuke is an infringement on your Second Amendment rights, correct?
Sorry, I zoned off again. What?
Yeah, so you're not going to argue that not being able to own a tactical nuke is a violation of the Second Amendment, are you?
No.
Right. So then we're not arguing, because it is an infringement though, right? Like it is the government infringing your right to bear an arm.
I mean, if we're talking purely based off of, is it an arm? Yes. Can I own one? No. Then yes.
Right. So the point is, and I'll drop after this, but the point is you accept some infringements on arms. You might disagree on whether or not, an infringement is meets a sufficient enough burden, but you can't rely purely on the Second Amendment to say it says shall not be infringed when you already accept a certain amount of infringements.
Yeah, that's a fair and reasonable point to make, but I think that there's a distinction between infringing on the right to own a small arm versus infringing on the right to own something like a tactical nuclear weapon.
But can you recognize that, like, from the tiniest, most paltry example of something you'd consider to be an arm, like a very small, like purse-sized pistol, or like even like a knife or something like that, all the way up to tactical nuclear warheads. There's a gradual continuum of how big the weapons are, and you're just drawing the line somewhere.
I wouldn't say I'm just drawing the line somewhere. I'm drawing the line at the point of where could someone who acquires this arm cause a absurd and significant amount of damage, only, like, causable is not a word, but only that only a armed first world military could cause.
That doesn't answer my question. Well, I mean, that just doesn't answer my question. Like you can.
Well, you're asking me where I'm drawing my line.
Right, but I can say that an assault rifle of the sort that could be used to commit a large mass shooting is something that can cause large undue destruction that wasn't considered in the original writing of the Second Amendment. You're saying that a nuclear weapon is a bigger example of that, which you're just kind of falling into the trap of us having presented to you an arbitrarily large weapon where you go, no, obviously not that. I present an arbitrarily small weapon. We can both say, okay, well, obviously, yes, they did mean that. But there's no constitutional argument for where you feel like the line should be drawn.
Yes, because you have to interpret the Constitution and adapt it to the times we are living in to an extent.
Right, and that's what people are trying to do by regulating firearms. I just don't know why you're so steadfast that you've found the correct line when it exists in an area on the spectrum that didn't exist when the Second Amendment was written.
Because at the time the Second Amendment was written, people were allowed to own large and
the most arbitrarily large and destructive weapons available at the time were included in the Second Amendment. Is that correct?
In the Federalist Papers, yes. Also, I do have to go.
The Federalist Papers aren't law in this country. They were a draft written prior to the establishment of our current Constitution. So
I'm sorry, my mom's calling me. I felt like I've learned a lot. I felt like this was a very respectful debate. I am very sorry. I do have to go.
I look forward to hearing from you again, Owen. I appreciate you being courteous.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, dude. John thinks I'm a runner. He's been yelling about it in the chat. We'll get to him in just a moment. We'll see if he can be patient while I read some donations, because I was going to wrap the show, but John thinks I'm a coward. So you know what? I'm going to pull a Marty McFly and not let that shit fly, and I'm going to talk to John after I read these donations. Tavi sent $5 to say, CA resident, we are not losing ownership of anything. However, trans youth are at risk. If Steve Hilton is elected governor, endorsed by Trump, yep, worried about that type of shit. Horsepower Pull-Up sent $5 to say they mostly use their guns for protection. Jesus, where did they live? Who were they using them against? Each other? Adravina sent $5 to say, let's be honest, you really do you really need an AR style firearm to kill a deer? No, I don't think you do. If you want to own one because you think it's cool, just say that and we can talk about it. We can talk about if there's a bunch of classes that you could take that would convince me that it's like fine for you to get to shoot your beer cans with an AR. That's fine. If that's what you want, we can talk about it, but just admit it. Just admit the real reason. Adravina sent $2 to say, Steve Hofstetter. They don't know how tanks work. I like Steve Hofstetter. I know he's been like crossing over between the comedy scene and like the politics scene. Like I got to talk to that guy. I've been watching him for like way longer than I've been involved in politics. I like Steve Hofstetter. Owl sent $5 to say, the college seems to think that owning a gun makes you a trained soldier. Having a gun doesn't make you able to stand when bullets are flying. Yep, like I said. These people aren't going to be protecting us when shit hits the fan. They are going to be hiding. It's like us on the left who are going to be out there fighting in the streets as we fucking demonstrate we're willing to do. Ethan sent $10 to say, living just south of the border, love Canada. They have burnt down the White House. Just saying. Funny. All right. What else we got? Let me make sure I didn't miss any buy me a coffees. Here we go. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, you have the right to the arms of a bear? You Americans are weird. His donation messages are always a little joke. All right, John. Let's see what John wants. He was really, really pestery in the chat. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
All right. What is it? Why do you think I'm a runner?
Yeah, I think you're a runner because I've been watching you for quite some time now. When I went on your old Instagram or your Instagram account currently, and I think that you display very kind of chaotic mannerisms, and I actually can kind of concerned with your behavior in general. I think you might show some signs of bipolar disorder, which I think should be checked out. But I would also like to ask you some basic questions to see if you're fucking smarter than a 12th grader in high school. Would you be okay with that?
Sure.
Okay, what countries border South Africa?
What countries border South Africa? Oh, I'm going to fail that. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
Zimbabwe?
Maybe. Oh, Eswatini and Lesotho are like in it. Those are two examples. Is that good enough?
Okay, so you don't know that.
I knew two. Eswatini and Lesotho. No. Is that enough?
Border.
Wait, which ones did you say?
Eswatini and Lesotho.
Lesotho is in South Africa. That's a country within South Africa.
Yes, it borders it. It's landlocked within it. That's why I thought of it. I was like, oh, there's the one inside. Yeah, that one.
Okay, so you didn't know that because that wouldn't be considered something that is bordering South Africa.
I'm sorry. Are you arguing that Lesotho doesn't border South Africa? Map time.
It's within South Africa.
Do they share borders?
Do they overlap on borders?
Do they share a border? Is there a border between Lesotho and South Africa?
I would assume so if it's two separate countries.
Right. Okay, caller. So we're going to go ahead and have to do a 5th grade vocabulary check here on you as well. Can you go ahead and define border?
You're birding shifting.
Next question.
Can you please tell me when the Texas Revolution was?
I don't know. 1812 or something?
Okay. Can you please tell me when the Mexican-American War was?
Oh, that one was closer to the early 1800s. I don't know.
No, you don't know. Okay. Can you at least tell me when the American Civil War was?
The American Civil War, it was from 1859 to 1865?
No, that's still wrong. It started in 1861. Can you please tell me when the Indian Wars were?
Dude, I don't think that this demonstrates that I lack understanding of politics.
So you do lack understanding. You like to come on here and you have a fetish for having young men turn on their cameras, which is very strange. And you sit behind your camera because you know that in real life you would never act this way. And actually, the way that you act in real life is quite concerning. I went back to your Instagram page and I saw you having manic episodes, displaying signs of bipolar disorder. And I think every time you debate someone, the amount of different mannerisms you display after simply engaging with someone, then someone else comes up and you turn a switch.
Yeah.
It's like a literal bipolar manic episode switch that you pull, and then you ask young men to turn on their cameras. It's quite disgusting.
I'm a performer. I choose a style for each conversation, and I'm able to switch between them quite abruptly because
that's kind of a definition of bipolar disorder.
Well, no, if I wasn't in control of it, that would maybe be close to the definition of that. I don't think it is that. The fact that I'm able to turn it off demonstrates that it's not some kind of mental disorder. I also by the way, if you actually watch the show instead of the clips, you'll find I'm far less likely to ask younger men to turn their cameras on. I think when people are like 18, 19, 20 years old, it's like, I kind of want to give them a shot. Like, I don't want them to fuck up their like, you know, social life that early. Like, if somebody's 40 and they're a piece of shit, I'll be like, dude, show your face, like, get real. But when some 18-year-olds on here, like, pushing a bunch of, like, Nick Fuentes talking points, I tend not to do that. I really shy away from it. Sometimes I do, but, you know.
Okay, so what gives you the right to sit up here and act like you're know-it-all and make fun of people when you can't answer basic questions that a high schooler would know? Like, this is quite
during what
embarrassing
years was Garfield president?
Again, I don't know because I'm not acting. I'm not the one. I'm not the one intelligent.
But I'm not arguing that I know the years of all the wars in the U.S. He ran. Dude, John's a runner. How funny.
Nope, he was removed by Law of the Wild.
Oh, why did Law of the Wild remove him? Underage probably would be my guess. He didn't run. I was wrong about that. Law of the Wild removed him. Law of the Wild is one of the only moderators where if he abruptly removes somebody from the show, I think there's a good reason. He's in the queue. He's going to tell us what the reason was.
So,
all right. So I'm sorry to take away your toy, Oscar, but one, I believe he was underage.
Yeah.
Two, his entire argument was disingenuous. He's reading off of some AP World History quiz, and then he couldn't answer anything. And third, he's trying to psychoanalyze you. He has no credentials to diagnose you with bipolar disorder. He had no salient points to argue with you other than just complain about you. So I apologize for removing him. You can remove my mod powers if that's offensive. But he offered nothing to the show other than just trying to drag you. And I'm sorry, I didn't want to subject you to that because I know you would never have removed him. You are far more tolerant than I am, but everything that he had to say was bullshit and had no value to this community, to this chat, or to your live stream.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and I think that type of like analyzing is really problematic. That was the direction I was going to take with it, is like calling somebody bipolar because they are a skilled performer is really harmful and messed up and ableist. No, you're not going to lose your mod privileges. I trust the shit out of you, dude.
And to be clear, that's the first time I've ever booted anybody, but he was not going to engage in anything. He wanted to try to flex on Oscar that he could recall something he was reading off. Guys, when you take AP World History...
I'm going to save you from the fact checkers. You did boot Splinter once.
God dang it. I don't remember that.
That was fucking Splinter, though. Like, come on.
Yeah, like, if anybody deserves it, it's him.
Yeah.
But, okay, so maybe twice, but it's not something I do judiciously. But one, I do think he was underage. But two, he had nothing of value other to just cry about you, and that was worthless. And when you take AP World History classes, you're studying by units. You don't remember what you learned the previous unit by the time you're studying for the next one. So it's not indicative of anything.
I'm glad I got to just ask him one question that he didn't know the answer to. Like, that just demonstrates. I mean, which again, I don't claim to know the years of all the wars. That's not like. That's not a reasonable expectation of somebody who's competent at talking about politics. It's important you know the order that things happen. And I had a college professor who was a history teacher, and he would give you full credit if you like put the years for three things that were a few years apart. If you got the exact years wrong, but you got them in the right order, he'd still give you full credit because it means that you understand the series of events that happened in the history. It doesn't matter if it was 1854 or 1853, as long as you put a year that's after 1850, which was the year the previous thing that led up to it happened. So he would mark it and correct it and say you got this wrong, but clearly, you know, like, it's not like you don't understand why this war was important, or you don't understand why this whatever it is important.
If I remember correctly, the AP history exam, you have to know specific dates for a few things, like War of 1812, like beginning of World War I, that sort of thing. But most of the dates it's asking for, it's usually just looking for chronological and can you write an essay about a thing that happened. The AP history exam does not actually have that many dates you need to memorize.
I was gonna ask him what the diagnostic criteria of bipolar disorder were, because he clearly was demonstrating himself as somebody qualified to diagnose it. So that was the direction I was gonna take. But no, we didn't need to keep that bullshit up. Thank you, Law of the Wild. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
Catch you later. On that, I think we're going to wrap for the day after I read the final donations. Caller, he has a girlfriend. He's not interested, says Tavi for $2. Thank you very much. Allison, $5 to say switching between how you talk to different people is called code switching. It's an actual language skill. That is correct. I taught people about code switching when they weren't doing it very effectively between their private lives and their professional lives.
One more.
when I taught public speaking. Blancs sent $5 to say, just a classic anti-intellectual tactic. You don't know 100% of the details about this unrelated thing. That means nobody should listen to you ever. Yeah, exactly. We can just list questions that are like adjacently related and act like he's an idiot for not knowing them. Jorge sent me $2 on Cash App to say, can we add John to the bitch list with bitch David? We absolutely, actually no, he's probably a minor. He has time to become an adult who I don't think is a bitch. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. I hope he grows up. W Law the Wild against the disingenuous fetus. Thank you, Lucky Phil, for the $2 and the additional $2 from Lucky Phil on Buy Me a Coffee that says disingenuous fetus is my Hanson cover band. I love the puns. Love the puns. Anyway, let us see before we move on to the next thing. We got almost 1,000 people watching, but the half of you that are on TikTok, who are we gonna raid? I think that we should raid. Oh, like nobody's online. Where are all my friends? All right, fuck it. We're raiding Parker. Go tell Parker I said hi. Later, guys. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time. Goodbye, TikTok. And goodbye, YouTube.